Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. I've been a night nurse in critical care for 6 years. If you work nights long enough, you know the unit develops a personality. Not haunted in the movie sense, just a place that hums and groans and teaches you when something feels off before the monitors ever tell you. Our ICU has 18 beds. Bed 12 is at the end of my side, closest to the exit. Its curtain is different, thicker, heavier. It doesn't sway when the air kicks on. It just hangs there still. The first night it happened was nothing special. Bed 12 was empty after a transfer. Curtains stay open when a room's empty. But when I came by around 2 a.m., they were closed. I called out thinking housekeeping had gone in. No answer. I pulled the curtain back and I felt resistance, like pulling against a person. For a split second, I swore I brushed someone's chest, but the bed was empty. I let go and the curtain shivered, like someone had shifted weight. I told myself it was airflow. I opened it, walked away. 10 minutes later, it was closed again. No one near it. This time when I pulled it, I felt something colder than the rest of the unit. A draft, but thick. And that brush again, like air exhaling against my fingers. I kept it to myself. You don't announce a ghost on night 1. The next night it happened again. That's when Cheryl, my tech, caught me staring and said, "Oh, 12. Mr. H used to close it every night. Said the shadow man didn't like eyes. Mr. H had died in that bed 2 weeks earlier. Delirium, I told myself. ICU psychosis. The mind breaking under lights, steroids, no sleep." But I didn't like how easily she'd said it. Night 3, we filled 12 again. A man in his 60s, pneumonia, weak, restless. Around 3 a.m., he grabbed my wrist and whispered, "He's back." His eyes were on the curtain that I'd pulled halfway closed to block the hall light. I opened it fully to reassure him. The room seemed to shrink, monitors muffling like we'd shut a door. His oxygen dipped. When I let the curtain fall back halfway, his numbers went up again. Coincidence, I told myself. Later, I found the curtain tied shut in a neat nurse's knot. Nobody claimed it. Maybe I did it on autopilot, but my gut said otherwise. At 5, his vitals crashed. We prepped to intubate. The only problem was the curtain. When I tried to move it, it wouldn't budge, like someone braced it from the other side. I yanked hard, and it pressed back into me, cold as ice through fabric. "Help me with the curtain," I muttered. Cheryl grabbed another section. Together we pulled until it finally gave way, sliding heavy and reluctant. We didn't talk about it. The doc intubated. The patient stabilized. The next morning, after shift change, I went back for a pen that I'd left. The curtain was closed again. Tie pulled tight from the inside. The space behind was frigid, almost airless. There were faint gray streak marks on the tile, like the fabric had been dragged. I didn't mention it. Too many things like this, you become that nurse. Don't want to talk too much, cause too many problems. A week after that incident, Mr. H's wife stopped by with a thank you card. She patted 12's curtain and said, "He kept saying a man stood in there." I asked what he wanted. He told me, "Privacy." Not silly, I thought. Not even close. Now, when the unit gets loud, 12 goes quiet. Step inside that curtain and the chaos drops to a hush, like being underwater. Suppressive, heavy. It isn't evil, more like territorial, like the room remembers the last breath that left it. I've made peace with it. I never yank 12's curtain. I just ease it aside, like slipping past someone in a crowded hall. I tie it open at the end of my shift, though sometimes by morning it's drawn again. New grads don't notice at first, but they will. Everyone does. And when they ask, I'll give them the practical answer. Old track, weird vent. Don't worry about it. But I'll also teach them the right way to move it. Steady, respectful. And I'll watch their faces when they hear that momentary hush. The sound of something unseen pressing around their ribs. Because I've also learned that some places on the unit belong more to the leaving than the living. And in ours, it's a heavy curtain that never wants to stay open. I used to think that sleep paralysis was just an internet campfire story, something people exaggerated to scare each other or to get attention. I don't really think that anymore, obviously. And sometimes, honestly, I really do wonder if it's more. The first time it happened, I was in college, running on no sleep before finals. I knocked out on my back, rare for me, woke up in the middle of the night to silence. Not just its late and quiet silence. It was heavy, like the whole room was padded. I tried to move and I couldn't, not even twitch. My chest felt pinned down. At first, I thought the blanket had bunched up, but no, it was pressure, centered, like someone was sitting on me. Every breath came shorter. And then I saw something. It wasn't standing at the corner of the room or by the closet. It was on me. A shadow shaped like a man, crouched low with his head bent forward, inches from my face. No features, just darkness that somehow felt heavier. Its hands pressed into my sternum. I swear I could feel each finger, ice cold, digging down as if it wanted to open me up. The harder I struggled to breathe, the harder it leaned, like it was pulling the air straight from my ribs. My vision tunneled. I thought I was going to die there, crushed in my own dorm bed. And the last thing that I'd see was this faceless shape, drinking me in. Then snap, I was free. I bolted upright, chest aching, gasping like I'd surfaced from deep water. I wanted to believe it was just a dream, but in the morning, I had faint bruises across my chest in the shape of hands. Had I done it to myself? Doubtful. And it didn't stop there. It came back. Not every night, but often enough to make me dread sleeping. Always the same. Paralyzed, weight pressing down, shadow crouched over me. Closer each time. Sometimes I could hear it. Not words exactly, more like a vibration in my ears. Sometimes drops of something cold would fall onto my cheek, and I'd lie there helpless, trying to scream with a mouth that wouldn't open. One night it pressed so hard I thought my ribs cracked. My vision went white around the edges. I felt myself slipping away, like I was being pulled through a funnel out of my own body. At the last second, I managed to grunt, and just like that, I could move again. I sat up, coughing. My chest was literally on fire, and sweat was plastering my shirt. That was the night I stopped sleeping on my back. But avoiding it didn't stop the bleed through. I'd catch glimpses of it awake. Reflections in glass doors behind me, a tall shadow in an empty hallway. once in the shower. I wiped steam from the glass, and I saw 2 dark handprints, chest height, pressed against the other side. By the time I blinked, they were gone. The worst part was when my roommate, who knew nothing, asked why I was pacing the room at 3 a.m. He said he woke up and he saw me standing in the corner, silhouetted by the hallway light, just watching him. Except I hadn't moved from my bed. So who did he see? That was when I started crashing on couches, anywhere but that dorm. The less I slept there, the less it came. It's been years. I don't really get it often anymore. Maybe twice a year. But when I do, it's not as intense. It makes me feel like something in that dorm really was off. I'm a 24-year-old female with some PTSD from a horrible childhood. I had an abusive mother who went through a dozen, almost stepdads, before I was 18, and each guy was worse than the last. Lots of drugs and parties, basically all of the cliches. I'm sure you've heard 100 versions of that story, so I won't bore you with all those details. I mostly just want to establish that I'm no stranger to nightmares, or the illusions one might see in the dark. I'm used to all that stuff. And this is not that. When I turned 18, I packed a bag and bummed my way from Mississippi to Georgia. Then I found a job waiting tables and got myself a small apartment. I've had no contact with my family since. Over the years, I've had fewer and fewer nightmares. I was healed. I've made friends, had a few relationships. It's been a fairly normal life out here, all things considered. Then one of the other girls at work found out that our restaurant was one of the places that sold moonshine back during Prohibition. One night it got robbed and 2 people died in the shootout. She's one of those people who believed in energies and auras and restless spirits. So she roped a few of us into doing a seance. She wanted to learn more about the people who died that night and thought that this was the best way to do it. The guys that agreed to join kind of just egged her on, made a joke out of the whole thing, and the seance was pretty much a bust. Aaron lit some candles, chanted some nonsense, and nothing really happened. 20 minutes later, we all went out drinking instead. That night I got home and the lights wouldn't come on. I thought the power was out, but the fridge was still working. The oven still showed the time. There was definitely power, just not to any of the lights. I was too drunk to care very much and went straight to bed. I then had the worst nightmare of my life, or I thought it was a nightmare. Now, I don't think it was, but I'm jumping ahead. I woke up in the middle of the night with enough light coming in through the window to see someone standing at the foot of my bed. I was completely paralyzed. I wanted to scream, but it was just a mute screech in my throat. The figure started crawling onto the bed with me. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I was freaked out, but that's a classic dream paralysis story if I've ever heard one, so I chalked it up to all the seance talk and too much drinking. The lights worked fine and everything seemed perfectly normal again. I let the whole thing go. A night or 2 later, I came home from work and my fish was dead. It sucks, but that happens. I went on about my night, went to bed, and had the exact same nightmare experience, only it seemed to last much longer, and everything was much more vivid. There was no sleep haze like the first, and I swear I felt it when that creepy black figure started crawling onto the bed. I felt hands wrap around my ankles, move up my legs. But then it was morning again. When I got dressed, there were weird red marks all over the bottom of my legs. Long red ones, kind of like finger marks. Then when I tried to go to work, my car wouldn't start. A neighbor tried to jump it, but it didn't help. Whatever the problem was, it wasn't the battery. I had to take an Uber to work. I told Erin what was going on, and she thought that it was some sort of dark entity attaching itself to me. She wanted to come to my apartment and do some sort of cleansing ritual. I told her I needed to think about it because if that's what did happen, then it was her fault and I was in this mess to begin with. I'm not sure that I really trusted her to fix it. For all I know, it could have just made things worse. One of the guys came home with me after work to look at my car. It started right up for him. I don't know what the problem was, but there was nothing for him to fix. Another night or so later, I woke up to the same figure. Only this time, the street light outside my window went out. I couldn't see anything. I could only feel the crawling onto my bed, up my body. There was a heavy weight on my chest. I couldn't breathe. In the morning, there were dark, splotchy stains on my white comforter. I could maybe convince myself that I was having some kind of extreme night terrors if there wasn't physical evidence left behind. I knew I wasn't leaving these marks on my own body, and I know I didn't stain the bedspread. I remember it progressing, getting worse, me being afraid to sleep, not sleeping at all, calling out sick to work. The TV would stop working, the phone would go in and out, service dropping. And then I just let Erin do her cleansing ritual, because what did I have to lose? Now, whether she was onto something, or we simply shifted our focus, train of thought. Either way, it all ceased. It was done. Everything behaved the way it should. The nightmares, gone. I was pretty desperate. So I suggest if you are, you let your friend do their thing, or call someone who knows what they're doing. Because the alternative is rather maddening. I've been driving trucks for about 12 years, long enough to know that weird things happen out there on the road. You see accidents minutes after they happen, catch people doing things in cars you can't unsee, even watch animals behave in ways that don't make sense. But every once in a while you see something that makes no sense at all. And you don't tell the guys at the yard about it because you know it'll just turn into some sort of joke about needing sleep. But this happened on a run from Dallas to Salt Lake, somewhere along I-40, middle of the night. I was hauling refrigerated, alone, trying to push through the dead hour where your brain is mush and the lines in the pavement start blurring together. I had the radio low and a thermos of gas station coffee that tasted like rust. I checked my rearview mirrors out of habit, part of the routine, every couple of minutes, and that's when I saw something. A figure. It was sitting in the sleeper cab, right where my bunk was. Clear as day. Shoulders, head, the angle of someone leaning a little forward with their hands resting on their knees. Not detailed, just a silhouette, like the outline you'd get when someone is standing against a streetlight. At first, my brain did the dumbest thing. I thought, I must have picked up a hitchhiker. Like I could have forgotten pulling over and letting a whole-grown human climb into my cab. I even reached to check if my doors were locked because that's how real it looked. And then I blinked and it was gone. I figured, eyes playing tricks. Night driving will do that to you. I didn't spook easy, so I just went back to scanning the road, took a swig of coffee, cracked the window for some cold air. 10 minutes later, I checked the mirrors again. It was back. Same spot, same posture. This time I didn't just glance, I stared. The figure didn't move, though. Not even a tilt. If you've ever tried to focus on something in a mirror at night, you know how the shadows shake with every bump in the road. This didn't. It was still. I tried logic. Reflection from the seatbelts, maybe. A trick of the dome light. Except the light wasn't on. Shadows from passing semis? Maybe. But I was out on a stretch of highway, with no one near me for miles. I thought about pulling over, but decided against it. The idea of stepping in the dark and opening the sleeper, while seeing visions of a shadow. It just didn't sit right. So I kept driving. Every time I checked the mirror, it wasn't there. Maybe every other time. Sometimes it looked further back on the bunk, sometimes closer, like it was leaning forward to watch me drive. At one point, I swear it was inches behind the driver's seat. That's when I just stopped looking. I made myself just stare forward at the road, turn the radio way up. I talked out loud to nobody, just to fill the space. I told myself I'd check again when the sun came up. When I finally pulled into a rest area around dawn, the bunk was empty. Of course it was. But the weirdest thing was the seatbelt in the sleeper was buckled. I never buckled it. It just lays there. But that morning it was clipped tight across the cushion, like someone had strapped in for the ride. I don't know what I believe about ghosts. Maybe my brain was fried and I imagined the whole thing. Maybe I buckled that seatbelt on another trip and just totally forgot. But I've put 1,000,000 miles on the road, and I've never once imagined a whole person sitting behind me like that. Now, every time I climb into the cab for a long run, I glance at the buckles. Always open, except for that one time. This happened a couple years back when I was working night security in an office building. Pretty basic gig. Sat at the desk, walk the halls every hour, make sure nobody's breaking in to steal printers or whatever. Most nights are dead quiet. Well, one night the alarm system kept pinging that a motion detector had gone off in one of the big conference rooms on the 7th floor. That floor was all glass walls, long tables, swivel chairs. I figured maybe a mouse or a glitch. The protocol says check it out. I walked up, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Nothing to worry about. Just the faint hum of the AC and that weird smell of carpet cleaner that never goes away. I was about to reset the panel when I noticed something in the glass tabletop. A reflection. It looked like someone was sitting at the far end of the table. Not clear, just a shape. Shoulders, head. The outline of a person. I spun around quick, thinking I'd caught somebody. But the chairs were all empty. When I looked back at the table, the figure was still there. Same spot. Still as stone. I leaned down closer, trying to make sense of it. The more I focused, the sharper it seemed, like it wanted me to notice it. My stomach did this little drop, the way it does when you miss a step. And then the reflection's head lifted. The room itself didn't change. The chairs didn't move. There was no one there. But in the table's reflection, the figure raised its head. I don't scare easy. I've walked in on junkies sleeping in stairwells. Had drunks yell in my face, but this was different. It was silent and calm, like whatever it was had been sitting there for a long time, waiting for me to lean in close enough. I didn't say anything, I didn't touch anything. I just backed out of the room and pulled the door shut like I was trying not to wake somebody up. I reset the panel from the hall, which cleared fine. I had 3 more hours left on shift, and I couldn't make myself go back up there. Sat at the desk, staring at the cameras, knowing that table was reflecting something that wasn't in the room. For weeks after, I avoided walking past the glass walls unless I had to. For a while after, reflections were just sort of eerie. Tried to avoid them. I've worked security at a lot of other places since then, and I'll tell you it's pretty impossible to avoid glass walls or mirrors. But I've had nothing weird since, and I'm okay with that. I unlocked my first repressed memory a few weeks ago. At 24, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. When did your first repressed memory surface like a stinking, bloated carcass hooked on a fishing pole? I was absolutely distraught for about 3 minutes. That doesn't seem like a long time in the grand scheme of a day, but spending 3 minutes crying and yelling at a computer monitor, "No, you're not real," wears out your voice real quick. Let me explain, because I wasn't yelling at the computer monitor itself, but to say that I was yelling at a frozen image paused on a YouTube video I was watching doesn't make it sound any more understandable. I was in disbelief at what I was seeing. It was a blue shell to my easy riding night. It halted me right there in my chair. Like, years and years ago, my parents sent me to a psychologist after I told them about what I'd seen. But when I'd seen it most recently, I was watching a series on YouTube. It's a channel called Nuke's Top 5, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. The channel shows viewer-submitted paranormal videos. I was watching the most recent upload, and one of the videos was from a security camera in a clothing store. The views focused on a guy moving around some clothes on a rack. It looks like he's about to steal some stuff, and that's why they originally captured the footage. But the camera also caught something small peek out from behind his leg. It's probably a foot tall. The man didn't know it was there. It looked like a well-dressed troll. I knew exactly what it was when I saw it. Well, not what it was, but I knew exactly what it was doing, hiding behind the man's leg. Basically, it was, let's say, inspiring the man to shoplift, hijacking his free will. The reason I'm certain of this is because I'd seen a fancy-dressed troll of the same species. But the circumstances in which I saw him were apparently so traumatizing that I blocked it all out. Again, I remember going to a psychologist, therapist, and a school counselor regularly for about a year because of all of this. And before my personal memory got dug up, I did vaguely remember talking to doctors, but I could never really recall the reasons why I was there. That was until I saw the video, and it all came back to me. When I was 7, my mom had given me a few dollars so I could walk to the gas station and get myself a popsicle. A new shiny Arco station had been built less than a mile away, and it had an oddly abundant variety of frozen treats. The trip I'd been sent on was nothing out of the ordinary. I got to the gas station and grabbed a SpongeBob popsicle. Even a minuscule detail like that I remembered because of what happened next. There was a line of people at the register, and after standing in front of the open freezer door, enjoying its cool breeze, I got in line behind a guy in a Hawaiian print shirt. The pastel colors made the sweat spot on his neck look like part of the design. It was him and one other person in front of him checking out, and I was getting nervous my popsicle was going to melt before I could enjoy it. Standing there in line, I decided to open the wrapper and started snacking on it while I still could. I had the money to pay for it, and I kept my spot in line, so I didn't think the clerk would care, and it would have been the least of his problems that day. Because as I'm standing in line, I pop one of the gumball eyes off and start chewing on it as the doors behind me slide open. Another customer had come in and began walking up and down the aisles. He was wearing an orange Denver Broncos hat, pulled low to hide his eyes. And at first, I thought he had a pet iguana or some kind of lizard pet crawling on him. But it was wearing clothes, like a blue coat, brown pants, people clothes. It looked like one of those little monkeys all dressed up, but when I really looked at what it was, I realized I'd never seen an animal quite like this one. It was more human than ape, but more troll than human. The man that it was crawling on was sweating and continuously looking over his shoulder back at the register. His body didn't move from the weight of the creature either. It spider crawled around his body, and the guy acted unaware. It would sit on his shoulder for a few seconds, then do a figure 8 around his body before returning to its gargoyle-looking pose on the man's shoulder. In front of me, the transaction completes, and the till on the cash register opens for the attendant to give the woman her change. Within an instant, the man wearing the Broncos hat has put himself in between the woman and the counter and he's pointing a sawed-off shotgun right in the attendant's face. Hawaiian shirt guy was not going to be the hero. He shoves past me to run out the door, and I watched in a full, unobstructed view as the man with the shotgun pulls the trigger before the gas station attendant can raise his arms. It was a deafening explosion that made my ears ring, like a firework of yellow and red had gone off a few feet in front of me. Covered in the man's blood, the shooter leans over and clears out the register, stuffing a fistful of cash into his pockets with one hand and still holding the shotgun with the other. The woman he'd stepped in front of had collapsed to the ground. She was screaming, no words, just screaming, as she tried to wipe the blood off of her skin. I, too, had been dusted by a light mist of the attendant's blood and brain matter. The SpongeBob popsicle in my hand also gets showered in the dark liquid. The attendant's shirt had gotten snagged on the cigarette rack, so instead of falling to the floor behind the counter, his body's held up like a scarecrow, and I'm able to see what a sawed-off can do at point-blank range. The troll sitting on the man's shoulder laughed with morbidly human emotion. Not only was it enjoying the heinous situation playing out, I think it could have been orchestrating it as well. When the register was empty, the man runs past me. His eyes stayed fixed on the exit, and he doesn't look my way. But the troll on his shoulder did. Small, yellow, and black eyes. I can recall that in the fraction of time of our eyes meeting, it felt like time slowed down. As the man barrels out of the gas station, it was as if he was walking, and I could frame the moment the troll glanced back at me. His eyebrows raised and his laugh stopped. Then they were gone. The lady was still screaming. She was probably already on her cell phone talking to the police after that. I think I set the popsicle on the counter and went home. I'm sure the cars that drove past must have thought that I looked absolutely insane on the walk. Nobody stopped, though, because I do remember getting to our front porch, and I was by myself when my mom saw me outside, all covered in goop. For months, the man with the Broncos hat chased me in my dreams. Sometimes he'd be joined by the headless attendant. What I witnessed impacted me far beyond my consciousness. My sleeping habits were all out of sorts. If I wasn't feeling natural insomnia, the images of gore that flashed through my mind would keep me awake. I was obsessed with the troll. I told everyone I could. I didn't know what I saw wasn't normal, and eventually the team of doctors I was meeting with convinced me that my brain had created this creature. Also, I could better process the shock of the tragic violence that had taken place in front of me, and I guess all the medications they put me on helped me to block it out. 17 years later, I watch a YouTube video, and the mental dam those doctors work so hard to build falls to pieces. Again, I called my mom after seeing the video. I'm 24 and was in full hysterics when she answered. I heard her say to my dad, "She's talking about the troll again." And my dad whispered something like, "Oh no." Before they offered to come over to my apartment until I settled down, I showed them the video clip, and neither of them gave it any credit. They gave it every excuse in the book as to what it was, reinforcing there's no such thing. I'm sure that's what they were trained to do, and wouldn't give me a straight opinion either way. If something like this sounds familiar in any way, please contact me. This is not a creepypasta or whatever, and I would love to know if others have seen this. I don't think I've ever told this story in full before, but when I was 5, my family lived in a haunted house in Chicago. And when I say haunted, I don't mean a couple of weird noises or those creaky pipes. I mean the kind of place where every family member, to this day, agrees that something was wrong there. A little history. The house was built in 1928, a big 6-bedroom, 3-bathroom place with tall ceilings and that old Chicago charm. Beautiful on the outside, but there was a darkness in it. I later learned that a man, a father of two, hung himself in the basement in the 1970s. That was all the official history I could find, but honestly, it explained plenty. My parents were still together back then, before their split, and I was young enough to just accept the house for what it was. But even at 5 years old, I knew something wasn't right. The first clue was the basement door. Every single night, without fail, it would creak open. Not all the way or slamming itself, just a slow, steady creak. Enough to let you know that it wasn't shut anymore. At first, my sister and I tried to ignore it, but after weeks of this happening, we were too scared to sleep in that room. We begged to move, and eventually, my mom turned the basement room into her art studio to solve the problem. For a little while, that worked, until the day I saw the man. My mom was in the art room painting one of her trees. She'd admit herself that they weren't great, and I was sitting on the floor with my Barbies. I remember looking up at the basement door and seeing a man in a suit, just leaning against the frame, staring at her. Being 5, my thought was literally, who's the creepy guy in our house? So I told her. She turned around, saw him, and screamed, a full blood-curdling scream. It scared me more than the man did, because my mom wasn't the type to scare easily. I don't recall using the room after that. Now this next thing is almost embarrassing, but also one of the creepiest parts. My sister and I shared a bedroom by choice, and the entire time we lived there, we both wet the bed every single night. My parents had to put on plastic covers, and it was awful. It wasn't until years later, talking with my sister as adults, that we realized why. I asked her if she remembered how it just stopped when we moved out of the house, and she said, "Yeah, I finally stopped having the nightmare." Turns out we were both having the same kind of dream, every night for years, always a maze, always being chased. It would be a bear, a vampire, different monsters, same endless running, same fear. We'd wake up terrified and, of course, wet the bed. The fact that we both had those reoccurring nightmares and that they both ended the moment we moved, it still gives me chills. Then there was the little upstairs room. It was strange from the start. To get to the attic, you had to go through this tiny wooden room with a child-sized door. It looked like something from a fairy tale, only not the good kind. Naturally, we made it our secret playroom. It felt fun at first, having a hidden spot that no one else used. But the longer we played in there, the weirder it got. Sometimes the whole room would shake, like a train was passing through, even though nothing else in the house moved. Other times our toys would slide around on the floor, on their own. And the attic door, it had what felt like 16 locks on it. A regular-sized door, covered top to bottom in bolts, as if someone desperately wanted to keep it closed. Neither of us touched it. Not me, not my sister, not my parents either. It wasn't the scariest thing in the house, but it added to the feeling that the walls were keeping secrets. The last and maybe strangest part of all was Olive. That's what my mom called her anyway. My imaginary friend. But Olive wasn't imaginary to me. She was a little girl, about my age, maybe 4 or 5, blonde hair, green jumper. We'd sit together and color, read books, have tea parties with my dolls. To me, she was as real as any kid on the playground. My mom humored me, probably thinking it was normal childhood stuff. But Olive didn't come with us when we moved. I never talked to her again, never mentioned her again. One day she was there, the next she wasn't. Looking back, I can't shake the feeling that she was tied to that house. We only lived there for about 9 months before leaving. 9 months felt like years to me. Since then, I've kept an eye on the house out of curiosity. It's been sold 13 times in 20 years. At one point, someone even turned it into apartments, only to renovate it back to a single-family home and put it on the market again, When I was 22, I went to an open house just to see it again. The place looked almost exactly the same, except for one detail. The little room upstairs, the one with the tiny door. It had been drywalled over, like it never existed. I was 5 when we lived there, but I do remember it like it was yesterday. The basement door that never stayed shut. The man, the one who scared my mom. The nightmares that haunted both me and my sister. The shaking playroom. And most of all, Olive. I don't pretend to know what was in that house, or why it clung so tightly to my family. But I do know this. We all agree it wasn't normal. And sometimes when I think about Olive and the way she smiled, the way she disappeared the moment we left, I wonder if she's actually still there, sitting in a hidden room behind a wall that isn't supposed to exist, waiting for the next kids to move in. If so, they sure don't stay long. So I hope she's moved on. When I was a kid, the scariest place I ever spent the night wasn't out in the woods or at a camp or anywhere you'd expect. It was at my best friend's house. I still can't fully explain why that place felt the way that it did, but anyone who'd ever spent time there knew that it was creepy. Even in the broad daylight, the house felt strange. The air was heavy, and I know you hear that, but it really was. You could feel the difference when you'd walk outside. Their living room was dim no matter how many lamps were turned on. The basement smelled like wet stone, and the upstairs always seemed a little colder than the rest of the house. You never wanted to be alone there, if you were the last one awake, or had to walk down the hall by yourself at night. The feeling of being watched clung to you until you practically ran back to wherever the other kids were. Despite that, we had sleepovers there all the time. Her parents were cool, and it was one house where we could eat junk food, stay up late, and blast music without anyone caring. But that odd atmosphere, making the dog bark at empty corners or stare up the stairs whining, it was always there in the background. One night, when we were maybe 10 or 11, her older sister decided to mess with us. She'd been talking about mirror games that she'd heard about from a friend. I already knew about Bloody Mary. Every kid did. But this version was different. According to her, if you sat in front of a mirror with a candle and stared long enough, you wouldn't summon a ghost. Instead, your reflection would start to move on its own. She said it was called the other you. Of course, we were curious enough to try. So we crammed into the upstairs bathroom, me, my best friend, and her sister. The room was small, just big enough for the 3 of us. We turned off the lights, lit a single candle, and placed it on the counter. Its glow flickered across the mirror, making the whole place look like it was breathing. At first, it really was silly. We stared at our reflections and tried not to laugh. We whispered dumb jokes, nudged each other, anything to kill the tension or the boredom. But the longer we stood there, the quieter we got. The flame was steady now, and the shadows in the corner of the room seemed darker somehow. Then I noticed my reflection. It wasn't perfectly in sync anymore. When I tilted my head, it hesitated, almost like it was waiting for me to move first. When I blinked, it didn't blink with me. My stomach dropped. I thought maybe the candlelight was messing with me, but then my reflection sort of grinned. I know I wasn't grinning. My best friend gasped at the same time and clutched my arm. Her reflection was smiling too, according to her. Her sister laughed at us, swore we were imagining it, but when she leaned closer to the mirror to prove us wrong, the candle went out. Just like that. 1 second it was flickering, and the next it was gone. The bathroom went pitch black, and we all screamed. We clawed at the door, tripped over each other to get out. When the light flipped on, the mirror was normal again. Our faces, pale and wide-eyed, stared back at us like nothing had happened. Just our normal reflections. We tried to laugh it off, but that night I couldn't sleep. Lying in her room, I kept staring at the dresser mirror across from her bed. In the dark, it looked like a doorway. I kept imagining someone standing in it, watching us. I finally turned over, but every creak of the house made my heart start to pound. At some point, I guess I drifted off to sleep, but I woke up to whispering. It wasn't loud, more like the rustling of someone speaking against glass. I turned my head just enough to look at the mirror, and I swear I saw movement. Not us, not our sleeping bodies, but something else shifting in the reflection. I buried myself under a blanket and I prayed until the actual morning. When the sun finally came through the blinds, I felt this weird relief until I noticed the candle we'd been using the night before. It was sitting on the dresser next to the mirror. None of us had put it there. I didn't say anything. Neither did my friend. But weeks later, she admitted something that made my blood run cold. She said that she kept having nightmares after that night. In them, she'd wake up and realize that she wasn't in her bed. She was inside the mirror, watching herself sleep. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. Just stood there while her reflection, the one in her bed, smiled at her. I remember her mom eventually took the mirror out of her room. After that, she said her nightmares stopped. I never told her this, but I had dreams too. Not every night, not even every week, but when I would spend the night there, I'd wake up certain that I'd been staring at myself from the other side of the glass. And when I looked in any mirror the next morning, I always had to check, just for a second, that the reflection was really me. Even now as an adult, I avoid mirrors in the dark. I know it sounds childish, I know. But I can't unsee that grin, that reflection. It's ingrained in my brain forever. When I was in 3rd grade, me and my best friend Ricky were out at recess. The perimeter of our playground was surrounded by a chain-link fence. It was as tall as us, but in reality it only went up to the hips of the adults. On the other side of that was a marsh that swampy water pushed right up against the fence. The recess teachers shared a comically large pair of boots that they'd put on to retrieve the frisbees and sports balls that got thrown over. Anything smaller than a baseball or heavier than a tennis ball was considered lost because it was instantly swallowed by the muddy grassland. And the mosquitoes became unbearable the closer it got to summer. I knew my best friend since kindergarten. He was always chill, never got into fights with kids, and he listened in class. Impossible to distract. In retrospect, he most likely was a poster child for the positive effects of Adderall. Whatever it was, I'd never seen Ricky trip out, until the day that Ricky tripped out. He'd brought a toy from home, which was against the rules, but Ricky was too cool to care about the superficial ones. It was his toy, and he accepted the responsibility if anything happened to it. What he brought was a Japanese superhero. It looked like Ultraman, but an insect version of that guy. It had wings and a string that if you pulled it, it would spin the torso so the wings would catch air. It would hover like a helicopter. Ricky's very first demonstration of how it works, a swift rip of the cord leaves the string on Ricky's fingers and lifts the bug hero higher and higher into the sky. Then it began drifting further and further away from us. Anybody could predict exactly where it would go next. Well, anybody except 2 excited 3rd graders, mesmerized at the shiny colors on the propeller wings. Both of us watch as it gently glides over the chain-link fence and into the tall grass. It didn't look like it went too far out there, a few meters from the playground. When it went over, I stayed where I was, and Ricky ran off toward the fence. We knew the teachers out there weren't going to help us. But I wouldn't have guessed that Ricky would have been ballsy enough to hop the fence. After making sure that none of the teachers were paying attention, he climbed over. I was looking around, and so impressed that he got away with it. The kids and the adults alike were none the wiser. Ricky's cool points skyrocketed from that maneuver, and I asked myself, is this what being gay is? It wasn't, but it was the most badass thing I'd ever seen a kid do, and because he was my best friend, it made me the second coolest kid around. My weird fanboy moment was short-lived, however, lasting a couple seconds at most. After Ricky went into the tall grass out of view, the whole playground was alerted by his wailing, top of his lungs shrieks. All of the kids run to the fence, myself included. The recess teachers were close behind asking what's going on back there. Cool kids don't snitch, so I didn't. The sounds that were coming from the tall grass sounded like animals fighting, and a second growling voice started to match the first shrieks. The adults even suggested that that's what it was when they started moving us off the fence. Just animals. I was the only one that knew one of the voices was actually Ricky's, until he made one gargling last shout that clearly said, "Help." Hearing that it was a child on the other side, one of the younger teachers runs and hurdles the fence toward the noise. Then she starts screaming for one of the other teachers to call an ambulance. When she emerges from the grass, her clothes are covered in the sticky muck, and Ricky's in her arms, his body's hanging limp. She hands him to the teacher that didn't run for the phones, and they start performing CPR on him. When the first teacher gets back over the fence, she tells all of the kids to go to their classrooms, and I'm forced to join the group of classmates as they herd us like cattle back into the building. Our class watched the ambulance and police cars pull into the school parking lot. Our classroom didn't face the playground, so I wasn't able to find out what was going on with Ricky until the weekend. My mom drove me over to drop off the worksheets from the remaining days he missed that week. He was in his room, and it was the first time I'd seen him since he was dead on the playground. Ricky always had relatively long surfer hair, but when I showed up, he'd shaved it all off. He also had stitches in a moon shape on the top of his head. When I asked what happened, he made me promise not to tell anyone, and I did. But when he told me, it really freaked me out, and I believed him because he was my best friend and wouldn't make something like this up. The future crescent scar on his head would also add to the validity of his story. So what Ricky told me was that after he got over the fence, he stepped into the tall grass, and his shoes quickly sank into the mud as he tried to keep them from falling off of his feet. I think Ricky might be the first kid to ever see what was on the other side of that fence. He says that on the other side of the grass is an open wetland with a highway barely visible in the distance. He could see his toy stuck in the mud, but it was still pretty far away from him. So he slowly starts drudging through the mud towards it. But from behind another tall patch of grass that was even closer to the stuck toy, Ricky sees an old lady step out of the clearing. I asked what she was doing out there, but he said he didn't know. He was happy to see her, though. He asked her to throw him the spinner while thanking her a bunch as she made her way over to the toy. When she picked it up out of the mud, she held it out to Ricky, and again, he asks her to throw it. But she doesn't. She keeps it held in front of her, just staring back at him. Ricky was too polite to ask again, and instead began struggling in the mud to get over to her. She was maybe 3 or 4 meters away. He described her as a small, elderly woman, a long blue dress that hung off her bony, hunched back, and she had her hair tucked under a bandana. Ricky says that he had to use his arms to pull his legs out each time that he stepped. But after his first couple of steps forward, the marsh got deeper, and Ricky's legs sunk to the middle of his shins, making any progress nearly impossible. As he's trying to jiggle his legs free, he looks up at the old woman and sees her running at him in a full sprint, like the mud was less of an obstacle than her age. Telling me this part, Ricky starts pumping his arms as he described how fast she was coming at him, saying that she closed those meters in less than a couple of seconds. Ricky only had time to scream before the old woman was attacking him with incredible strength, trying to drown him in the mud. She yanked him around with so much force that she was actually pulling out chunks of his hair and scalp. The last breath that he had was used to scream. Then he says the woman was able to fully submerge his head. I asked why he didn't want to tell anyone, and he says he already tried, and it was just easier to say that he fell and continued sinking like quicksand, and parts of his hair also got stuck and were torn out on their own in the 20 centimeters of mud. That bland excuse seemed highly unlikely, but the true story sounded even more unlikely in comparison. Ricky always kept his hair short after that, partially because parts of his hair never regrew in a few baseball-size areas, and he had a bald pride phase in high school, where he thought he was the lead singer of Disturbed. But that's about it, though. We're all adults now. It's been a few decades since the incident, but I like to remind him of the secret he confided in me all of those years ago, and every so often I'll send him a text that says, "Remember when that old lady beat your ass to death?" You know, to show solidarity that I always believed he was telling the truth. Friendship is nice. Pick up your phone and text your best friend something offensive to show them you love them. The end. I've carried this story with me for years, and though I don't usually post things like this, I feel compelled to write it down. Not as a ghost story meant to scare everyone, but as a kind of remembrance. When my daughter was 5, we moved into a small neighborhood. Every yard had a swing set or a garden patch, and you waved at your neighbors while bringing in groceries. Our home was simple and cozy, with a backyard where my daughter loved to play. Next door sat a house much like ours, except it had a small basement window just above ground level. They looked out into the side yard, shadowed most of the day. I hadn't really noticed them before, at least not until my daughter started waving at them. It began casually. She'd be chasing bubbles or riding her scooter, and then stop and wave toward the basement windows of the neighboring house. At first I thought she was pretending or maybe saw her own reflection, but she did it with such purpose, such familiarity, that it made me pause. One afternoon I asked who she was waving at. Without hesitation, she answered, "The woman with the pretty eyes." From then on, it was constant. Almost every time we were outside, she'd acknowledge this unseen woman. If I asked for more details, her answers stayed consistent. "She has really pretty blue eyes," she'd say. Or, "She smiles big like Fifi." Fifi is my niece, my daughter's cousin, and she does have that unmistakable, wide smile that lights up her whole face. To hear my daughter make that comparison between someone she loved dearly and this mysterious woman, it was both comforting and unsettling. I looked for myself more than a few times, more than I can count. I'd squint at the windows, lean to catch a glimpse, but there was never anyone there. No movement, no flash of color, nothing. Just still glass. And yet my daughter was unwavering. She'd wave, sometimes even giggle as though the woman had waved first. My husband and I didn't discourage her. We've always believed that children perceive things that adults no longer can, and she wasn't scared. If anything, she seemed to find joy in this invisible friend. So we let it be. We kept our unease to ourselves and instead allowed her to tell us about this woman with the pretty eyes whenever she wanted. Months passed and it became part of our routine. My daughter waving at the windows wasn't strange anymore. It was simply something she did. It wasn't until nearly a year later that the story behind it all finally surfaced. It was a Saturday morning. I was chatting with another neighbor over coffee. We talked about the usual neighborhood things, school events that'll be coming up, gardens, the weather. At some point, I laughed and casually mentioned how my daughter had this funny habit of waving at the basement windows next door. I told her, "She says there's a pretty-eyed girl over there who smiles like her cousin." I'll never forget the way my neighbor's face changed, the warmth draining, and she went quiet for a long moment. Then carefully she asked me, "Has anyone ever told you about that house?" And that's when she shared what she knew. 6 years before we'd moved in, the homeowner discovered a woman's body in the basement of that very house. The details were tragic. Out of respect and privacy, I won't use names or locations, but the case had gotten some attention. A young woman had been taken from this world, violently, hidden away in a place that no one should ever have to die. I went home, shaken. That night, after putting my daughter to bed, I sat at my computer and began to search. It didn't take long to find old articles, the archived reports, even a news clip or two, and when I saw her picture for the first time, I froze. There she was, a young woman with bright blue eyes, long brown hair, and a smile that lit up her whole face, wide and warm, just the way my daughter had described it, exactly the way she said, "She smiles big like Fifi." I sat there crying for a woman I'd never met, whose life had been cut short so cruelly, and yet who my little girl had somehow recognized across the years. From then on, I couldn't help but feel connected to her. I whispered to her at night, telling her I was sorry for what she endured, that she wasn't forgotten, that I hoped she'd felt seen and loved. My daughter eventually stopped waving as she got older, but I never stopped thinking of the woman in the basement. One day, years ago, my husband and I found out where she was buried. We went, brought flowers, stood at her grave and prayed. And in that moment, I realized that my daughter, she hadn't seen a ghost in the frightening sense. She'd seen a person, someone who, in her innocence, she'd recognized not for her tragedy, but for her beauty, for her eyes, her hair, her smile, for the warmth that she must have carried in life. That's how I choose to remember her, too. I still think of her often, and whenever I see my daughter laughing with her whole face, I think of that woman's picture, her bright blue eyes, and how even in death she was not invisible. She was remembered, loved, given flowers. I think sometimes what lingers isn't meant to frighten us. Sometimes it's just someone hoping to be seen again. This story happened about 10 years ago, when my son was 5. It's one of those things I still wrestle with in my mind. Was it just a coincidence, child's imagination, or did we experience something far stranger? That summer, we took a family trip through a few historic sites. My husband is a history buff, and one of our stops was a battlefield, a place tied to one of the bloodiest clashes in our country's history. People say you can still feel the weight of what happened there, and after what we experienced, I believe it. We went on a daytime tour. It wasn't meant to be scary, it was more educational. We walked the trails, saw the old cannons, read the plaques. Our son did what any 5-year-old would do. Ran ahead, stopped to play with sticks, asked too many questions. At one point, we were near a slope where the guide explained soldiers had once made a desperate stand. My son crouched down in the grass, poked around, and proudly showed me what looked like a small, rusted piece of metal. I didn't think much of it. It was tiny, about the size of a marble, and half caked with dirt. He insisted it was a treasure. We didn't encourage it, but I also didn't have the heart to tell him to leave it there. I slipped it in his pocket and we went about our day. That night in our hotel, he couldn't sleep. He kept saying someone was talking to him. Not in a scared way, but a matter-of-fact way. The way a kid announces anything. "The man in the boots," he said. "He wants to come home." My husband brushed it off as a dream, but the words kind of made my skin crawl. When we got home a few days later, things started happening. Little things at first. At night, I'd hear what I thought were footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate, too heavy for a child. Sometimes it sounded like pacing. I'd check and find nothing. Our son began waking up crying, saying he couldn't sleep because the man was walking too loud. Other nights he'd sit up smiling and whisper, "He's guarding me." That's when I noticed he was clutching this little piece of metal in his fist. He'd kept it under his pillow. When I tried to take it away, he screamed like I was hurting him. The atmosphere in the house changed. Cold spots appeared, especially near our son's room. Toys moved at night. I put them away, and in the morning they'd be neatly lined up on the wall, like soldiers in formation. Once I came downstairs before dawn, and I found the front door cracked open. My son was asleep in bed. My husband swore he hadn't touched it. I don't know if you've ever lived with that kind of unease, but it's exhausting. You question yourself constantly. Was that sound just the house, or did I misplace that toy? Am I imagining the cold draft? But night after night, the feeling grew heavier and undeniable. The breaking point came one evening when my husband and I were in the kitchen. We both heard it at the same time. Heavy boots coming down the hallway towards us. We froze, staring at each other, neither of us moving. The sound stopped just before the kitchen doorway, but nothing stood there. We didn't speak of it in front of our son, but he must have sensed our fear. He became quieter, more withdrawn. When I asked what the man said, he'd answer with strange phrases that didn't sound like his own. Things like, "Hold the line," or "We won't see the morning." One night I finally broke. I sat on the floor by his bed after he'd fallen asleep, holding the tiny piece of metal. It wasn't just junk. It was like a musket ball, worn and scarred with age. My hands were shaking as I whispered into the dark, "You can't stay here. He's just a child. Please, let go." The next day I told my husband that we had to take it back. He didn't argue. So the following weekend, we drove back to the battlefield. It felt strange, almost ceremonial. We walked back to the same area, and when no one was looking, I knelt down and set the musket ball in the grass. I whispered again. This time I felt a bit choked up. "Rest now. You remembered, but you can't follow us home." That night, for the first time in weeks, our son slept soundly. No footsteps, no whispers. Even the house literally felt lighter. He never mentioned the man in boots again, or the musket ball. None of it. I have carried a strange mix of emotions ever since. Part of me is still shaken. What followed us was not imagination, but another part of me feels grief. Whoever that soldier was, he lingered for so long, maybe just waiting for acknowledgement. My son gave him that in a way, and when I think about it like that, it doesn't feel like a haunting. It feels like a soul that just needed to be seen one last time. But I'll never forget the sound of those boots, walking right up to the kitchen door. This happened back when I was in elementary school, maybe 3rd or 4th grade. Our schoolyard was basically a big open lot with a black top and some faded basketball hoops, and then a huge stretch of grass that sloped down toward a row of trees. Beyond the trees was nothing but fields. To us kids, it seemed endless. We'd dare each other to run down there during recess, even though the teachers always yelled at us to stay close to the building. It was one of those cold, sunny days in early spring. The ground was still a little frozen, the air sharp. The sun felt like it was pretending to be warm, but it wasn't. Most kids were on the blacktop playing kickball, but I got bored, wandered toward the grassy part. A couple friends followed me, but they stopped halfway down the hill. I kept going. At the edge of the tree line, I saw something. Someone standing there. At first, I thought it was one of the older kids who'd snuck away to smoke or something. But this figure wasn't moving. It was standing perfectly still. And the weirdest thing was that it didn't look solid. It was like a shadow that had stepped out of the trees. Dark, human-shaped, but not solid. Its proportions were strange, stretched in some places. My brain was doing the kid thing where you try to make sense of something by telling yourself it's normal. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe a coat rack left outside. But then it moved. Slowly. It lifted its arm and waved at me. Not a playful wave like, "Hi, come over here." It was this stiff movement, like a signal. I backed up a few steps and then turned and bolted toward the blacktop. My friends started laughing at me, asking what I saw. But when I pointed back at the trees, the figure was gone. "Didn't you see it?" They hadn't. One of the recess aides had been watching me. I remember she came over after the bell rang. Her face was pale. She asked me what I was looking at down there. I was embarrassed and just shrugged. She didn't push, but I saw her whispering to another teacher as we lined up to go back inside, and I thought that was strange. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The way it waved, the stiffness, the fact that it was gone when I looked back and that no one had seen it. The next day, I tried to avoid going near the grassy part, but I couldn't help sneaking glances at the trees. About a week later, I overheard two teachers talking in the hallway. They didn't see me, but I caught enough to piece something together. One of them said something like, "It's that same spot again." And the other said, "Oh, let's not scare the kids. It's been years since it happened." Years since what happened? Eventually, I did some digging, and it would be years later when I was in high school. I asked around and found out that a student really had gone missing from the field in the late 80s, long before I was enrolled. Supposedly, a little boy had been playing near the tree line during recess, and when the bell rang, he never came back. Search parties looked for weeks, but found nothing. The official explanation was that he ran away, but anyone who grew up in that town knew better. Kids whispered about it, parents changed the subject. And now, every time I think back to that day in the schoolyard, I can't shake the feeling that the thing I saw, the shadow waving at me, was connected. Like it was waiting for someone to see it. But I also wonder, had someone seen it before? Is that what the teachers were whispering about? When I was about 7 years old, my family rented a cabin for a summer trip. It was one of those places that looks cute in pictures. Lake nearby, lots of trees. But when you actually step inside, it smells like damp wood and feels like the house itself is tired of standing there. Even as a kid, I thought something about it was off. I don't usually share this story because it sounds like the kind of thing a kid would make up, but I was there, and I lived with what followed. The first night in the cabin, I woke up to find someone standing at the foot of my bed. At least, that's what it looked like. He was tall, too tall to be my dad, thin in a way that made him seem stretched and completely blacked out like a shadow peeled off the wall. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. After what felt like forever, I pulled the blanket over my head and just waited. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I remember is morning light. I told myself it was a dream. Kids have nightmares, right? New places. Except the next night, there he was again. And the next, always in the room, always watching. When the trip ended, I thought I was done with him. But when we got back home, I realized he hadn't stayed at the cabin. The first week back, everything was fine. Then one night, I woke up and saw him standing in the corner by my closet. Same height, same shape, same stillness. It wasn't the kind of thing you mistake for a pile of clothes or a shadow from headlights outside. I knew the difference, even at 7 years old. I never told my parents, partly because I thought they wouldn't believe me, and partly because I didn't want to make it worse. Some instinct told me that saying it out loud would give him more power, make him more permanent, so I kept quiet. But I saw him, night after night. Sometimes he'd be near the closet, sometimes by the door, sometimes at the foot of the bed again. He never spoke or moved once I saw him, but the weight of his presence was enough. It wasn't just seeing him. I could feel him there, even with my eyes closed, like the air was thicker where he stood. I'd lie awake listening to my own breathing and swear I heard another pattern under it. A slower inhale, a heavier exhale. It was the sound of someone else in the room. After a while, I got used to him. I was still scared, of course, but he became part of my nightly routine. Brush my teeth, climb into bed, fall asleep knowing the shadow man would be there when I woke up at 2 a.m. It sounds insane now, but I adjusted. And then just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. There wasn't a final night or a goodbye. One day I just realized I hadn't seen him in a while. I kept waiting, kept bracing myself to open my eyes and find him in the corner. But he never came back. I don't know what he was or why he followed me home from that cabin. I don't know why he stayed so long or why he left. All I know is for years, he was real to me. He was there. Even now as an adult, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and catch myself staring into the corners of my room, half expecting to see that tall shadow figure, standing silently. 'Cause if he could follow me home once, I guess what's stopping him from doing it again? This toy had been in storage for years. A small stuffed elephant with a wind-up music box in its belly. When you twisted the knob, it would play this slow, tinkling lullaby. Something generic but sweet. My son used to fall asleep to it every night when he was little. He's 15 now, sleeps like the dead with earbuds in and his door locked. The elephant hadn't seen daylight since we boxed up the nursery. A few weeks ago, I was digging through old bins in the garage, trying to clear space. I found the elephant tucked in some baby blankets. It looked clean enough, faded but intact. I brought it inside, more out of nostalgia than anything. I left it on the shelf in the hallway, right outside my bedroom. That night, close to midnight, I was brushing my teeth when I heard the song. It was that soft, winding lullaby drifting down the hallway. I sort of froze where I was. It wasn't muffled, nothing coming from a screen or a neighbor's house. It was clear and close. I stepped out of the bathroom. I saw the elephant on the shelf, moving. The music box itself, winding itself, slow and steady, as the elephant rocked gently with the motion. I stood there for a good minute, just listening, and then it stopped. No one else was awake. No one else could have touched it. That night was rough. The next morning, I moved it to a box in the closet. I haven't heard it since, but every so often, I check to make sure it's still in there. Just in case, I guess. I work as a technician at a natural history museum. Lots of cataloging, temperature checks, making sure drawers full of rocks and bones don't get misplaced. Still, as dull as it is, I love it. It's quiet work, and the building has this odd, dignified kind of stillness to it. Anyway, about 8 months ago, we were preparing for a fossil rotation, basically swapping out some of our older pieces for newer ones from an off-site storage. One of the drawers I was assigned to inventory had no label. That's not unheard of, especially when interns handle storage. But the fossil inside was unusual. It looked like a partial skull, but not one I recognized. Almost bird-like. Sharp, rigid, but oddly smooth in places. No tags, no number, no notes in the digital system. Just sitting there in drawer 43B. I flagged it for review. Our curator, Jen, didn't know anything about it either. She assumed it had been misfiled or left behind from a loan return. I moved on. But a few weeks later, I got a message from night security. The guy on shift, Eli, said he noticed something odd on the camera feed. I figured it was another janitor walking through a restricted zone, but when I looked at the clip, the footage was glitched, just in one corner, right over drawer 43B. The timestamp would skip ahead like 40 seconds, and then the feed would resume as normal. It happened usually twice a week, always around 2 a.m., and that drawer would just curiously be open. Museums are old buildings. Wiring gets weird, cameras need replacing, stuff happens. But it kept happening. The same drawer, the same glitch, same time window. Eli didn't seem too rattled, just curious. He told me, half joking, that he did some digging, looked up our archives, loan logs, even old hard copies of the inventory list. Nothing matched the fossil in 43B. It essentially didn't exist on paper or digitally. One night he texted me a screenshot. The drawer was open, not wide, maybe a few inches, but no one had been in that room since closing. The cameras didn't show it opening. One frame closed, skip, next frame, slightly open. Eli said he walked by a few minutes later and it was shut again. After that, he stopped looking into it, said it was probably a mechanical issue, old drawers, old tracks, weird air pressure shifts, that sort of thing. But he still noted every time it happened, and so did I. The distortion, the glitch, the momentary static that fuzzed the timestamp. It never showed anything dramatic, just wrong. Eventually, the fossil was flagged during an audit and shipped to a different institution. Some paleobiologist in Montana requested to study it, said the morphology looked prehistoric, but that it didn't match any known specimen. Jen was relieved to be rid of it. I didn't argue. The drawer hasn't moved since, according to Eli, and I haven't seen anything. I still check it every so often. Not really out of fear, though, more like habit. The kind of reflex that you build after witnessing something you can't really explain. But also that didn't really do anything. No ghosts or apparitions, no haunted dreams. Just a drawer and a weird video glitch. I guess the weirdest part is that the security glitches stopped the day it was shipped out. I know people sometimes say they don't talk about their experiences much, but I've talked about mine quite a few times. I've told a few people over the years, usually after a few drinks, but I do always downplay it. Call it a dream, a weird trick of the eyes, or just let them decide. But I know that it was something different. It happened the summer I turned 16. My friend Evan invited me to stay at his grandparents' place for a week, somewhere in rural Virginia. Their house sat on a long gravel road, surrounded by woods so thick you couldn't see the sky from the back porch. The house itself was old, white siding gone yellow, decrepit floors, no central air. His grandfather had died a few years before, and his grandmother just lived there alone. She was sweet but quiet, not forgetful exactly, just distracted. Sometimes she'd stop in the middle of a sentence and look past us, like she was listening for something we couldn't hear. The first night we got there, I didn't sleep much. Evan passed out right away, but I was stuck on the pull-out couch in the living room, and the room just felt strange. It was really quiet, the kind that just made my ears ring. Sometime around 3 a.m., I opened my eyes, and I saw something standing in the corner across from me. I thought it was a coat rack or something at first, but there wasn't one there when I went to sleep. This was tall, vaguely human-shaped, but wrong, quite thin. Just a dark silhouette against a darker wall. I blinked, but it didn't move. I knew, somehow, it was looking at me. I pulled the blanket over my head and I laid there until morning, sweating like crazy, but too scared to come out. The next morning, I asked Evan if there was a chance that someone came into the room. His grandma, maybe? He shrugged. Nah, she goes to bed early. Doesn't get up at night anymore. I wanted to believe that I imagined it, or it was a lack of sleep, weird lighting, maybe my brain just making things up. But it happened again the next night. This time I woke up facing the hallway. I left the door half open. Through the crack, I saw movement, like someone had walked by. No footsteps, just a flash of something blacker than the dark around it. Then another, and another. It wasn't until the third figure passed that I realized none of them were touching the ground. I closed my eyes and I didn't open them again until the sun came through the window. Evan teased me for how tired I looked. I didn't tell him why. That afternoon, his grandma pulled me aside in the kitchen while Evan was out messing with the grill. "They don't like new people," she said suddenly, like we'd been in the middle of a conversation. I just stared at her. She poured sweet tea into a glass and slid it towards me. "They'll leave you be, long as you don't look at them for too long." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't need to. She never brought it up again, and neither did I. We left a few days later. I never went back. Evan's grandma passed the following spring, and the house sat empty after that. I heard from Evan that they eventually sold it to some guy who planned to flip it, but I checked a couple of years later out of curiosity. It was listed as vacant. Sometimes I wonder if he saw them too, if maybe that's why he slept so soundly when we were there, because you can get used to anything, even the shadows that move without sound. Maybe he knew they'd mess with me, leave him alone. Even now, 20 years later, I still catch myself checking the corners of rooms before I fall asleep. Out of habit, sure, but maybe part of me still believes that there's other things out there, that if I ever stop checking, they'll be back. My grandmother loved her house. She didn't just live in it, she created it. Every detail, from the custom woodwork to the imported wallpaper, it was her choice. She sourced antiques from around the world, filled every room with carefully chosen pieces. It was less a home and more a curated museum of her taste, her travels, her spirit. People used to say she poured her heart and soul into it. Maybe she did. When she passed, she died in that house, right in her room. While I was sleeping just one door away, I woke to the sound of her falling. The memories never fully left me. After that night, I couldn't go near that end of the house. The moment I got close to her bedroom, I'd feel strange, chilled, unwell, like the air was thicker, suffocating somehow, and I wasn't supposed to be there. My dog, who adored my grandparents and used to follow them everywhere, refused to enter the house again. We brought him once after her death, just once, and he lost it, tried to claw his way out the front door. He was always curious, always friendly, but that day, he didn't just avoid her room, he wouldn't even step past the entryway. Years passed, and eventually I got married. Instead of buying our own place, we decided to move in together there. It didn't feel right to let it sit untouched or to sell it, but even as an adult, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that wing of the house. We lived at the far end and locked my grandmother's rooms. I didn't step foot in there once. Anytime I got near, I'd feel the same unwell, shaky, cold feeling. It wasn't just in waking life either. After my husband moved in fully, the nightmares started. They weren't just about the house, they were about her, my grandmother, the kindest, warmest person I've ever known, appeared in my dreams as someone else entirely. Not cruel exactly, but angry, cold. Her presence in the dreams filled me with dread, and the house was part of it, as if they were bound together, one and the same. Even after we left the country and the house stood empty again, the dreams continued. Always the same themes: her room, her belongings, her face, watching me. Last year, we finally sold it. My mother was the one who packed everything up. She said she felt like she had to keep apologizing to my grandmother as she worked, talking to the empty rooms, saying sorry over and over again. Since then, the dreams have stopped. The house is gone. I feel lighter now, like whatever was there finally let go. You could say it was all in my head: grief, childhood trauma, some psychological echo of loss. But then again, I never dreamed of my father, or my grandfather, or even my dog, all of whom I've loved and lost. Only her, only the house. I've never been great at remembering my teenage years clearly. Most of it blurs together: bad food, cold dorm rooms, and the constant hum of fluorescent lights. But every now and then something pulls one of those memories into sharp focus. A sound, a hallway, a name. And lately it's been happening more often. I went to a girls' boarding school in the late 80s. Remote campus, rigid rules. The type of place that parents send their kids when they didn't know what else to do with them. It wasn't awful, just isolating. We kept each other sane, and even then, not always. Back then I brushed off strange moments, the things people swore I'd done or said when I knew I hadn't. I just assumed they were mistaken. But now that I'm older, those little cracks in my memory, they feel more like missing pieces. There was one time a teacher pulled me aside in the hallway, asked if everything was okay. I said, sure. She frowned and said, you were outside the faculty lounge, just standing there, for almost 20 minutes. I had no idea what she was talking about. I told her that she must have seen someone else. She didn't argue, just gave me this odd, searching look and said, you walked away when I called for you. Okay, sure I did, I thought. But another girl, Marisol, once asked why I hadn't said hi to her. We passed each other in the second floor hallway, she said. I was heading toward the east stairwell, only I wasn't. I was in the laundry room with 2 other girls at the time. But Marisol insisted. She said I'd looked right at her, and that I didn't even blink. I'd forgotten most of this, honestly. It felt like harmless weirdness at the time. Teenagers being dramatic, confusing faces in dim hallways. The last year I got an email from Emma, one of the girls that I still talk to from back then. She opened with small talk, the usual catch-up stuff. But toward the end, she said, "Do you remember that night with the basement door?" And just like that, I felt it all come back. She said that she woke up around 1 a.m. and saw me standing in the common room, just standing there. She called out and I didn't respond, just turned and walked to the far end where the basement door was. The door was always locked, off limits to students. She said I reached for the knob and the door opened for me, without hesitation. And then I stepped inside and it shut behind me. She said she waited, and a few minutes later, the door opened itself. I came back out, walked right past her without a glance, and went down the hall. Only, that was impossible. I remember that night. I had strep throat and was asleep in my bed. Emma even came to check on me the next morning, brought cough drops from the nurse. When I asked her if she was messing with me, she said, "I used to think that maybe I dreamed it, but I still remember how your face looked in that hallway light. I know it wasn't a dream." Emma may not have been lying, but I know that it wasn't me. And I call her crazy, but she's not the only one who saw me where I wasn't supposed to be. This weekend was my weekend to have my daughter Trisha over. She's almost 7 now. Her mom and I have a pretty amicable thing going on, so I'm not complaining. I get Trisha every other weekend. She was dropped off Friday night, but Saturday morning I remembered my laptop was still plugged in on my desk at work. So Saturday morning, I woke Trisha up early. We got some Wendy's for breakfast on the way to work. Around the corner as we're leaving the drive-thru, there's a park with a pond on the other side of the parking lot. In front of that, there's a wooden bench and an old woman sitting on it. She was homeless and having a full-on conversation with herself, loud enough to hear before I rolled the window back up after grabbing the food. Trisha asked who that grandma was talking to. I go, "Oh, she's talking to an invisible friend." In between bites of her sandwich, my daughter looks, and she looks at me and says, "Oh, BB's mom has a friend like that, but I didn't think that she was real." Who the hell is BB? She's my best friend. And her mom has an invisible friend? How do you know this? Trisha said that last Tuesday, her friend BB had a sleepover, and from what it sounds like, either Trisha was the only one invited or the only one of the classmates that showed up. Either way, it was just her and BB doing this sleepover thing. No idea what part of town they live in. It's just BB and the mom living at this house. I think that she said the mom's name was Kristen, and apparently, from Trisha's description, it sounds like a pretty nice big piece of property. The girls were allowed to roam around freely. I don't know how I feel about that, and apparently there's some sort of underground structure somewhere in this field that they were playing in. I assume it's like a bomb shelter thing that they built out there. BB said that's where they kept the popsicles and led Trisha down into the bunker. The stairs were dark and the room where they were going was even darker. Trisha didn't want to go down, she said, but it was a hot day. She really wanted a popsicle, and the only way to do that was to follow BB. I said, "Next time just tell her to bring it up to you." But Trisha said that when they got down the steps, it started to feel colder, like walking into an ice arena. By the time they reached the bottom, BB turned on a light, and they could see their breath, like how you can when it snows. Then tell me what you think about this, because she tells me that Kristen was already down there. Seeing her gave the girls a fright, because on their way down they thought they'd heard someone talking, but they didn't know where it was coming from. When they saw her, they screamed. I stopped her and said, "Wait, BB's mom was already down there? Like she was just standing down there with all the lights off talking to herself? What was she doing?" Trisha corrected me, saying no, she was sitting in a chair. Her back was to them. The chair was facing the wall like she was in a timeout. But when BB and Trisha screamed, it scared her too, causing her to also scream. They all shared a laugh together afterwards. Kristen got the girls popsicles and sent them back outside to eat. Kristen stayed down there, and Trisha said the lights turned off again when they shut the door. When she asked BB what her mom was doing down there, she replied that her mom talks to her friends through mirrors. Trisha tells me, oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of big, pretty mirrors down there. Some were even bigger than her. BB tells Trisha that her mom's friends are invisible. She's never seen them, but she can hear them. Trisha doesn't believe BB, but she swore on their friendship that she couldn't tell lies, and so I guess it also proves that her mom wasn't crazy. She made Trisha walk back to the bunker and put her ear against the door. It was quiet for a second, but soon she heard Kristen talking, and a few seconds later, sure enough, she had to apologize to BB for not believing her. Because Trisha heard it for herself, a man's low voice talking back to Kristen down there. I asked how long Kristen stayed in the bunker, leaving them unattended, and she said that she came out to join them, had some more popsicles, but the girls hadn't finished their first ones yet, so that time frame. I go, that's weird, right? And she shrugs her shoulders. And so I go, no, that's weird. Did Kristen do anything else like that while you were there? Like what? She asked. And I said, weird stuff. Talking to mirrors, Trisha, that stuff. She says, why is that weird? She doesn't talk to the mirror. She talks to her friends on the other side. Invisible friends. Like the grandma we saw. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. What else did you do? What'd you have for dinner? She told me that Kristen cooked them tacos for Taco Tuesday, and the rest of Trisha's story was more what I anticipated hearing about. At the end of the night, the girls were in the living room, each on different couches in their sleeping bags. Kristen makes them a bag of popcorn, turns on the movie Elemental, which I haven't seen. I think it's a Pixar movie. Trisha, I guess, has seen it more than once. She's telling me the plot of the movie and then interrupts her own train of thought, remembering, oh yeah, something else weird did happen. I ask, what, with Kristen? Did she come out again? And Trisha says no. This was later in the night. BB had already fallen asleep on the couch, but Trisha was trying to stay awake until the end of the movie. I say, what was weird? And she says, there was a part in the movie that didn't happen the other times that she'd seen it. This is what she described watching. Trisha knows the actual names, but I forgot, so basically, there's a fire girl and water guy. Near the end of the movie, the girl's riding a scooter and the water guy is on the back riding with her. They were supposed to drive really fast through traffic, in the rain. But this time, when she watched it, and the movie got to that part, it froze and all the music stopped. She said BB had the remote to the TV, but before she got up, the TV wasn't really frozen because the water guy was still moving all flowy. Then he turned his head toward the camera, looking at Trisha. He was frowning, said something that she didn't understand, like he was talking backwards. She said that he was blue but turned red during the new part of the movie. The water guy was now red and then winked at her with one of his eyes, and he stopped talking backwards. He then turned blue again, leans back onto the scooter, picking up where he'd left off, and the scene unfroze again where it left off and how she remembered it. And she was serious about that happening, or at least her thinking that happened. I don't know. She could have dreamed that. Either way, it scared the shit out of me when she told me. Later that night, I rang up Shelley, the baby mama. She answered all pissed off, like, what? I silently thanked God for our divorce, before cheeringly saying, oh, hey, Shelley. You let our daughter stay the night at a haunted hell house last Tuesday? She scoffs and actually says, Kristen has diabetes, you idiot, then hangs up on me. I didn't bother calling her back to clarify how that had anything to do with a haunted house. Like, seriously, though. Maybe Shelley thinks being diabetic means something different. Anyway, that's why I'm here, asking for help on this. It's not really in my power right now to delegate Trisha's time when she's with her mom, and Mommy's antics got Daddy banned from TGI Fridays when that was still a place, so I'm out here, on my own, still trying to be the best dad I can for my daughter, but I gotta deal with this constant bullshit making my job nearly impossible. What do I do? I didn't have the luxury of remarrying some rich cuck with a boat. Okay, thank you. A few years ago, my next-door neighbor asked if I could watch her daughter for about an hour while she ran to the store. It was late afternoon in the middle of one of those steady autumn downpours. Dark clouds, street flooding, gutters gurgling. She let me in the living room with her daughter and said that she'd be back soon. The house was quiet except for the rain against the windows. About 20 minutes in, I heard the front door open. I turned in time to see a little boy, maybe 7 or 8, walk straight in with a bright yellow raincoat and rain boots, hood up, water dripping off of him. He didn't look at me, didn't speak, just walked right past and went up the stairs toward the bedrooms. I looked at the daughter, expecting her to say something, but she just kept coloring like nothing had happened. "Who was that?" I asked. She looked up at me, completely blank. "Who?" "The boy who just went up the stairs." She frowned. "There's no boys here." My stomach sank. I told her to wait there, and I grabbed a rolled-up umbrella and went up after him. The upstairs hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were open. No closets big enough to hide in. The only window was latched shut. I checked twice before going back down. Not long after, the neighbor came home, shaking the rain off of her coat. I tried to play it casual, but finally asked, "Hey, was someone supposed to stop by?" A little boy, yellow raincoat. She gave me the same look that her daughter had. "What are you talking about? No one's been here but you two." I didn't push it, but I also didn't agree to babysit again. The 4th of July means different things to different people. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of West Virginia, we don't light off fireworks to celebrate. It's partly to avoid forest fires, but the things roaming in the woods out here, they're not anything you want paying any mind when you go out there. And fireworks, that'll get them coming out right away. Let's just say in the case of a mountain scorcher, it's not the deer and grizzlies we worry about when it comes to being displaced. It's what preys upon the mighty grizzly that we try to avoid. I myself have personally seen Bigfoot, dogmen, skinwalkers, shapeshifters, black-eyed children, you name it. We have all of them out here, and I've seen them on more than a few occasions. Most of the time, they tend to mind their own business, stick to hunting the big game out here. Again, grizzlies, bucks, big old boars. Their bones begin to litter the ground the further you go in. These creatures make themselves known when they're on the prowl. All the birds get quiet as the shrieks start echoing in the mountains. It's rare to engage with these creatures more than a quick glance, but it's not unheard of for people to go missing off the trails, either never to be heard of or gone without a trace, or their remains are found a short time later, usually in a spot that's already been combed by a search party. Tracking dogs are never any help. Haven't found anyone that I know of. 9 times out of 10, they lose the scent right away. The other times, they'll catch a smell that puts their hackles up, and they'll refuse to continue the search. They turn into logs on a leash. No amount of pulling can get them to budge. I've seen it happen too many times, and I've joined my fair share of search parties, ones that have come home unsuccessful. No matter how many times I see it, though, it never gets easier, watching the families lose hope as the groups trickle in empty-handed. I'd be a fool to say that I had any true knowledge of their eating habits or preferences to meat. I'd bet, however, that circumstances and opportunity are the greatest contributing factors when they're choosing their next meal. And that's why you learn from an early age to keep your wits about you and your head on a swivel. We're built a little different in West Virginia. And I'm sure all up and down the Appalachian they teach their young the same rules when it comes to the outdoors. More often than not, it's the tourists you'll see go missing in the mountains. Someone unfamiliar with an environment so unrepeatable within the laws of nature. This is primarily why I'm here, as my story is about an incident that we had down here the last 4th of July. A boy got real lucky when he snuck out of his home with a handful of sparklers and a box of matches. He had the potential to get his whole family killed that night. I work with his father, Angus. He's the manager at our lumber yard. Moved out here a couple of years ago from Pennsylvania to replace the last manager. He wasn't worth the paper that his checks were printed on. But Angus, he was all right. We all liked Angus. Sure, he was a little wet behind the ears and the culture shock took a tad bit of getting used to. But he leaned into it, proved himself a valuable leader on the team. A bale of feed would have done a better managing job than the last guy, quite frankly, but Angus was much more than a bale of feed, and that's why we welcomed him with open arms, though it was only after he told us about his kid having a close encounter that any of us thought to warn him about the woods. Well, I wouldn't say none of us thought to warn him. I think it crossed all of our minds at one point or another, but we held our tongues. Most likely either not wanting to scare him off or come off as unstable to the new manager. Either way, in 2023, the 4th was midweek. The company had the day off, but we were working at the crack of dawn the next day. That morning, when I showed up, a few of the guys were already there. Both of them parked outside the gates to the lumberyard. Angus hadn't shown up that morning to unlock everything, and one of our men had to drive back into town where the office headquarters were to grab the spare keys. After that hiccup, we started work like any other normal day. It was after lunch, practically the end of the day, when Angus came into work. When he got out of his truck, he had a cast from his shoulder to his wrist, and stretching from his shoulder up to his neck were dark purple bruises. I hopped out of the side loader, caught up with him asking what the hell happened. Angus said that his shoulder got ripped out of its socket last night and broke his arm. Fella next to me starts asking Angus about drinking that moonshine he bottled for him. Tate's moonshine's known for blacking you out if you're not an experienced drinker. He gifted Angus a batch earlier that month for his birthday, but it hadn't been touched yet. Angus sat down under a tarp in a folding chair. He was in pretty bad shape, and all of us were telling him to just go home. It was crazy that he'd showed up to begin with. He lifts his head up to look at us, panning eye contact between the guys, asking if anyone's ever seen anything strange while working in the woods. All of us nodded our heads, but the question was so broad, it opened up a chance for jokes about stumbling into cold orgies, which had happened to one of our guys near Halloween time in the early 2010s. They invited him to join, but instead of taking them up on the offer, he got on his walkie-talkie and told someone to grab the rifles. We didn't have rifles out here, but the cult of debauchery didn't know that. They all scattered running, naked, in different directions. All of us laughed except Angus. He wasn't in the mood for jokes. He couldn't hang out long in between pain pills. He said, "No, stop. I'm being serious." The night before, his son Jason had snuck out with sparklers and a box of matches. Angus wasn't necessarily worried about Jason being safe with a box of matches. I'm sure it was more so because he knew living that far out into the brush, there was wildlife that they needed to watch out for, and that's why he didn't want Jason outside with the sparklers. He didn't stray too far from the driveway, though, only about 20 or so yards off the gravel, so Angus didn't immediately stomp out or scold Jason for going outside alone. For a few minutes, Angus stood in their dining room window, watching Jason light a sparkler and then stomp on the match before he'd start spinning and dancing around with the white, crackling stick. It only stayed lit for 15 seconds max, but it was fun. Then another match would have to be lit for the process to repeat. Angus watched a few rounds of this go by, but as Jason lit his third sparkler, its brightest right after its ignition, before it simmered into the usual sparkler glow. In that second or two of maximum brightness, Angus saw a long, pale arm reach out from behind a tree and then pull back out of view. He almost didn't believe his eyes when he saw it. The tree that it came from was way too small to be able to conceal anything behind. Jason makes a big windmill motion with the sparkler, and Angus is horrified to see multiple figures stepping in between the trees around Jason as he played with the sparklers. With his gun holstered on his belt, Angus stormed out the screen door toward his son, still not sure what he saw. He walked to Jason, trying not to scare him by looking panicked. He asks him how many more sparklers he has left while he scans the tree line for the figures. Jason says he's on his last one. Angus allows him to light it up. And as it hits peak brightness, he sees multiple figures move out from behind the trees around them. They were tall. The tops of their heads stretched past the sparkler's shrinking light. They looked thin and chalk white. There was a glint reflected in their eyes. Pairs of two small black dots seemingly surrounded them. He said that they had no mouth or nose, just beady black round eyes. Angus says he moved fast, faster than he moved in years. He ran for Jason and reached for his gun, but before he could even draw it, something grabbed him from behind. Said it felt like steel had clamped down on his upper arm, right below the shoulder. Cold and inhuman. He barely had time to register it before he caught sight of another one, further out, gliding, not running, straight for Jason. That's when instinct took over. Instead of twisting to shoot the thing holding him, Angus raised his arm and fired at the one coming for his boy. He got off one shot, then another. The first one missed. The second one clipped it, and whatever it was, it let out a sound he couldn't describe. Not a scream, not an animal yelp. Something in between, but deeper and scarier. But the one behind him didn't flinch. In fact, it started pulling him. Angus said it dragged him backwards, fast and hard, toward a tree with a split trunk, one of those old oaks with a V-shaped gap near its bottom. The gap was maybe a foot wide at most. There was no way his body could fit through it. But that didn't stop whatever was dragging him. It kept yanking with impossible strength, trying to pull him through a space meant for a raccoon, not a grown man. He said that he could feel his shoulder go first, just pop right out of place like a pulled chicken wing. And then the grinding started. The pressure kept increasing, and he could feel bone cracking, skin tearing, the kind of pain that makes you feel like you're outside of yourself. With his good hand, he managed to get the barrel of his gun pointed back over his shoulder, and he fired blindly. And just like that, it let go. He hit the ground so hard he couldn't breathe. Jason was screaming. Angus said he doesn't remember much after that, just the sound of Jason dragging him, crying, back toward the house. He blacked out somewhere along the way. and came to in the hospital. Arm destroyed, shoulder socket shattered, nerves frayed, some of the muscle torn away completely. Doctors told him he was lucky. Said whatever animal did that must have just barely missed a major artery. He didn't bother correcting them. Let them think it was a bear, a cougar, whatever helped them sleep at night. He told us that story once. Said he wouldn't tell it again. Didn't want Jason hearing it, thinking it was something to joke about. Or worse, go looking for answers. We didn't really press him. Out here, when someone gives you a warning like that, you take it. You don't light fireworks in the woods. You don't go outside after dark unless you absolutely have to. And if you see something move between the trees, no, you didn't. Just go inside, lock the doors, and be thankful it didn't see you back. We bought our house because it had good bones. That's what the realtor kept saying. Built in 1939, 2 stories, steep roof, wide porch, and a massive oak tree in the backyard. It needed a lot of work, but we were excited. Our first home, our first real project together. Our daughter, Abby, was 9 months old at the time. She had just started crawling. That was part of the reason that we rushed the closing. We wanted her to have a home, not a rental, not a temporary space, a place that was ours. The weirdness of the home, it started in the back bedroom. It was the only one on the second floor that didn't seem to belong. The layout was strange. The walls were uneven. The floor sloped inward ever so slightly, like it had been pieced together with leftover parts. We planned to turn it into a playroom eventually, but for now, it became storage. Boxes, baby gear, spare furniture. We didn't go in there much. About a month in, I started tearing out old drywall to fix some insulation issues. In that odd room, behind a mismatched panel, I found a door. Nailed shut, drywalled right over. Narrow, maybe 5 feet tall. The hinges were rusted but intact. I called my wife upstairs. We stood there staring at it, both weirdly quiet, like we'd found a secret we weren't supposed to see. It took some effort, but I got it open. Behind it was a room, narrow, windowless, more crawl space than bedroom. About 7 feet long, just over 4 feet wide. The walls were yellowed plaster, and the floor was old wood slats stained dark with age. In the center, against the far wall, was a tiny rocking chair. Next to it sat a metal-framed child's bed. No mattress, just slats. No windows or lights, just the furniture. And the smell, something musty, forgotten, like dust and old fabric. Or something sweeter, like an old book. We didn't talk about it much after that. I sealed the door again, but this time with a latch instead of drywall. We figured we might turn it into a reading nook one day, something charming. But then things started happening. Abby began waking up every night, it seemed like at the same time, not crying necessarily. Sometimes she was just sitting up in her crib, alert, watching, facing the wall closest to the strange little room. We checked on her constantly. Nothing in the room ever seemed off, but the behavior was too consistent to ignore. And then the sounds. At first I thought it was mice scratching inside the walls, rhythmic, subtle. But an inspection turned up nothing. No droppings, no damage. The traps we set stayed empty. And the scratching, it only ever happened in the dark, never during the day. One night, half asleep in bed, I thought I heard humming. A soft, high-pitched lullaby. Not a tune I recognized, just a melody. It was slow and repetitive, floating through the drywall. I sat up trying to place where it was coming from. It was faint, but it was coming from that wall. I went to check on Abby. she was sleeping, but her crib had shifted ever so slightly, angled toward that same wall again. I moved it back the following morning, but that night she was awake again. No crying, just standing, holding the rails, staring at the wall. I don't scare easily, and I'm not superstitious, but something shifted in that house after that. Like the air in certain rooms had just gone stale. The back bedroom started to smell different too, like old flowers and powdered sugar. It's a smell that you can't really trace. And then the latch came undone. We were downstairs when we heard it. Metal shifting against wood. A subtle clink. I grabbed a flashlight and went up. The back bedroom door was wide open, though I knew I'd shut it. And the small door to the hidden room, the latch hung loose. The door cracked open by maybe 2 inches. I stood there staring into that thin gap. The air seeping through was colder than it should have been, like walking into a fridge. And the same sickly sweet scent wafted through. I closed it. This time I added a padlock, and things calmed down for a while after that. Abby slept more soundly. The scratching stopped. We avoided the room. Didn't even mention it. I think we both felt like giving it attention somehow kept it alive. Whatever it was. But it wasn't gone. Not long after the last incident, I woke up to find Abby standing in her crib again. Not upset, just silent, wide awake, staring at the wall. I walked over to her, rubbed her back. She didn't react or blink, just stayed fixed on that patch of plaster, like she was waiting for something. I pressed my palm to the wall. It was cold. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it, I heard it again, the faintest trace of a melody, that same soft humming, only this time, it stopped when I moved. Like something new, I could hear it. I picked Abby up and carried her into bed. She didn't sleep, and neither did I. But the next day we moved her crib downstairs, made a temporary nursery in the living room. It wasn't ideal, but we couldn't ignore it anymore. We didn't have answers. We just had the feeling, that knowing, there was something behind that wall. We hired a contractor to seal the small room with concrete. We told them that it was a structural concern. I stood and watched them fill it, layer by layer, until that space was nothing but a short memory. It's been a couple years now. Abby's older and she laughs more, sleeps through the night. She doesn't remember any of it. The house honestly feels lighter. No more sounds in the walls. I was a 90s kid. My hometown is really small, and there wasn't a lot to do there. We had one park and one roller rink that everyone went to, and the roller rink closed in '92 when I was only 6. By the time I turned 12, it was just an abandoned building that teenagers used to hang out. One of my friends lived across the street, so we would wait for the teens to leave and raid the place for any stashed alcohol. We rarely had any luck, but one night we found a pint of whiskey with a little bit left in the bottle. There was enough for all 3 of us to take a couple sips. It gave us a pretty good buzz, so we hung out for a while and kept looking around. There were no skates left behind the counter, but we found an old newspaper from when the rink closed down. We were so young when it happened that we never knew the reason. I'd always assumed it was just out of business, but apparently a kid died there. The article called it a tragic accident, but didn't give many details. Just that a young boy fell victim to a terrible accident, and that the family was filing a wrongful death suit. We couldn't exactly look up the details online back then, so we asked our parents the next morning. Most were reluctant to talk about it, but we eventually got most of the details. In those days, parents either dropped their kids off or socialized with one another instead of supervising their kids. They counted on the rink employees for that, even though the business never had someone specifically responsible for watching skaters. I guess that's just 90s living for you. Anyway, a group of older kids started trying to do crazy tricks with younger ones, lifting them up, spinning in circles, all kinds of stunts they probably saw on TV. Someone ended up swinging a little boy too close to the cement wall and cracked the kid's skull open. It hit the worst possible way. The boy didn't survive. My friends and I were obsessed over the story to the point that we decided to hold a seance. That weekend, we snuck back into the rink, lit some candles, and tried to call forth the spirits of the little boy. Fun fact, we also used an old fishbowl as our crystal ball, like we weren't being that serious about it. I don't think any of us actually expected something to happen. And at first, nothing did. We moaned and groaned and summoned until we got bored, and then we searched for more booze. A few minutes into it, music started playing. It wasn't like someone with a radio. It sounded like it was playing from the speakers. Only the speakers were looted ages ago. There was nothing valuable left. All the electronic wires and copper, long gone. Yet somehow, we had a radio playing on surround sound. We looked everywhere for the source, but we couldn't find anything. Then, the DJ said something about Death Becomes Her, opening in theaters that week. Only that movie came out years before. Turns out it was actually the summer of '92, but we didn't know that offhand. Anywho, the more we listened, the more we realized everything was outdated. There was also an announcement for a Sears that opened back then too. If you want to talk logical explanation, someone would have needed to have a recording of that old broadcast and invisible speakers. So what the hell? And I can't think of an explanation at all for the next part. We were a little freaked out, but we didn't get really scared until the noises started. Like a bunch of people were skating. It wasn't playing through whatever the music was. This was coming from the actual rink. It was literally in the room with us. There was a hint of laughter in the air before a loud smack and a symphony of people screaming and panicking. To get out, we had to run straight through the chaos. One of my friends fell near the wall, said it felt like she tripped over something. Obviously, nothing was there, but she was sure that her foot kicked something. Once we got outside, all the noise stopped, including the music. It was like someone hit a switch. We lingered for a minute, trying to convince one another to go back inside, get the supplies, but none of us did. Eventually, we made our way back to my friend's house, and that was that. Over the following weeks, we watched the older kids come and go with no problem, but it was years before we went back inside ourselves. We never had another experience like that, but in 10th grade, one of my friends told me that her and a group of kids got scared out of there because of a sudden loud banging noise. They'd just been standing near that concrete wall when it happened. They thought someone had thrown something at them, but nothing was there. My senior year, they turned that place into a gym. After that, it was a restaurant, and today, it's an empty lot. My friend's family moved after COVID, so I don't know who lives in that house across the street anymore. I wish I did. I wouldn't mind asking if they hear strange noises at night. When my brother was in his early 20s, he was on the phone with his girlfriend one night. Out of nowhere, she told him that she could hear an old lady's voice, faintly in the background, asking him for a glass of water. He brushed it off at first. There was no one near him, and he thought that she was just mishearing TV noise or something. But she kept insisting, saying it sounded close, like the voice was right next to the phone. Finally, he hung up, got up from where he'd been sitting by the windowsill, and went to check on our grandma, who was in her bedroom at the other end of the house. She was dead. Fast forward a couple of years, I'm on the phone with a girl that I'd just started talking to. It's late, about 11 p.m., and I'm standing in the same spot that my brother had been that night. by the windowsill in the living room. I remember because I'd just seen a guy on a bike ride past, which was weird enough at that hour. Right after that, I noticed the girl had gone completely quiet. "You still there?" I asked. She hesitated, then apologized and said that she thought I'd gotten into trouble. Confused, I asked what she meant. She said, "I just heard someone yelling at you to stop talking on the phone. It's late. Go to bed." I froze. The house was silent. I was the only one awake. Everyone else was asleep in their rooms. So I asked, trying to sound casual, "Was it an old lady's voice?" She said yes. And that's when I told her it was probably my grandma, that the exact same thing had happened to my brother in the same spot years earlier. She immediately started talking about ghosts and how that was proof of something. I rudely cut her off, told her I was hanging up. Then I bolted straight for my room and shut the door like a baby. But she was right. It was late, and I should go to bed. I worked in a government building for 8 years, just clerical stuff. Lots of filing, paperwork, quiet hallways. It was a job where coffee's always burnt, and the carpet was never quite dry. The lights always seemed to flicker just enough to make you think about switching careers. The hallway was on the 3rd floor. Everyone called it the backstretch. It ran along the north side of the building and didn't have any windows. Just a long line of closed office doors and a weird echo when you walked it alone. At first I didn't notice anything strange about it. The light above me would flicker off when I passed under it, sure. But this is a governmental building. Half of the bulbs were overdue for replacement. I figured it was motion sensors acting up or a dying ballast. Still, it was always the same light. No matter what time of day, no matter how many times maintenance seemed to check on it. The first time I mentioned it, a guy from HR said, "Yeah, that hallway's a little weird. Everyone gets it eventually." I didn't know what he meant, but I do now. After a few months, I started avoiding that stretch when I could. Not because I was scared, just unsettled. It was always a little too cold. My shoes always squeaked louder than they should have. And the light, it went from flickering to just snapping off the second I would step under it. And then it would come back on as soon as I passed. One day, I waited, just to test it. I stood a few feet away, watching the fixture buzz softly. As I stepped beneath it, it went dark. I stood there in the shadow, still as I could. It stayed off. When I stepped forward, it came back on. And that's when I just couldn't help but start asking around. Most people laughed it off, said it was just the building. But there's a couple who went quiet when I brought it up. One woman, Debbie, from records. She told me not to linger there, not after hours. "Why?" I asked. She didn't answer, just tapped her nails on the desk nervously, looked away, kind of smiled, laughed at herself, but didn't say why. Eventually I stopped pressing. That winter, I got stuck late one night. Something with payroll errors that had to be fixed before morning. Everyone else had gone home. The building was quiet. Dead quiet. I had to print something from the machine in the copy room, which was, you guessed it, down the backstretch. I told myself it was fine. It was fine. I was tired. I just wanted to go home. The hallway was darker than usual, of course. One of the overhead panels had gone completely out, and the rest hummed like an old TV left on mute. I walked fast, keeping my eyes forward. As I passed under that light, it flicked off. As I stood there, I realized I didn't hear my echo this time. Usually in that hallway, your footsteps bounce back at you. It's narrow and lined with hard walls. Everything you do sounds more like more than one person doing it. But this time, I heard nothing like that. Maybe my own steps, but singular and flat. And then something behind me tapped. 3 slow taps, like knuckles on glass. I moved from outside the light. It flicked back on, turned around. There was nothing there. During my little fright, I'd tossed my papers practically everywhere. I considered leaving them on the ground, but picked them up knowing that if I didn't, I'd just have to come back. After that, I'll admit it got harder to ignore the light, or the hallway in general. I started having trouble sleeping even. I'd wake up at like 3:15 every night for weeks. That number burned into my brain, though I still don't really know why. I just kept dreaming of long hallways, of lights turning off in sequence as something followed behind me just out of view. Same thing with staircases, parking lots, streets. Always just lights turning off, following me. Maybe that doesn't sound scary, but it was the feeling that accompanied it. One morning I came into work and I found the carpet beneath that flickering light had soaked through. No leak above, no bursted pipes, just a dark, wet patch, like someone had stood there dripping for hours. Maintenance didn't have an explanation, just said they'd keep an eye on it. I stopped walking that hallway as much as I could, always taking a buddy with me if I had to. But then my last week there, I'd already put in my notice, new job, new city, fresh start. On my second to last day, I had to hand deliver a file to someone who had moved their office, right past the backstretch. I waited until midday, bright sunlight outside, plenty of people around. I walked it fast, holding my breath when I passed beneath the light. It didn't flicker, though. For the first time in years, it just stayed on. I thought maybe the bulb had finally been replaced. Maybe it was all over. But when I turned around just to see, I saw footprints. 2 wet marks, side by side, facing the opposite direction that I had walked. Clearly, bare feet. The placement was like someone had been standing there, watching me walk towards them. I called out, just a quick hello. I don't even know why. No one answered. The light above turned off. I left early that day. Called it a long lunch. Never came back. I don't work there anymore, and I haven't been back since. Every so often, I make my way downtown just to drive by the building. I don't know what I'm expecting to see or what, but I guess I can just definitely say that there's some sort of energy in that building. Something that doesn't feel quite of this world, yet not super foreign either. I have no idea. But it's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, and I had to share. I'm typically a pretty rational person, grounded in logic and reason. But there's one thing that happened when I was a kid that I still can't explain, and no matter how much time passes, it keeps coming back to me. I grew up near a well-known prison island. Real dark past, thriving tourism industry built upon it. These days it's mostly ghost tours and history walks, the usual stuff. Back when I was in the 4th grade, we went there for a school camp. The place is infamous for being haunted, but even then, I rolled my eyes at that sort of thing. Old buildings creak, tour guides embellish. People see what they want to see. We were on a historical tour of the prison, moving through cell blocks that had been preserved for decades. Some of the old cells were open for us to walk into. Others were sealed shut, behind rusted iron gates. I remember the cold stone, the stale smell of rust, metal. Nothing felt haunted, just old. I lagged behind the group a bit, peering into the locked doors, and that's when I saw it. Inside one of the sealed cells stood a figure, a completely black silhouette of a man. No features, no detail, just a solid shape. He was tall, wearing what looked like a top hat. And there was an orange glow where his mouth would have been, flickering slightly, like the tip of a cigar. Even as I tell you this now, I know how ridiculous it sounds. It's like a child's cartoon idea of a ghost. What would a man in a top hat, calmly smoking a cigar, be doing in a cell meant for destitute prisoners? But in the moment, all I could do was stare. And then I panicked. I ran ahead and grabbed one of my classmates, someone I knew, someone I trusted, and I drug her back to the cell. I asked her, breathless, "Do you see that?" She did. She went pale. We both did. We stood there frozen, then ran again, this time to get a teacher. But we were told to stop running around, stay with the group, and that was that. Years have passed since then. I've bumped into that same girl a few times over the years. We're not close, just occasional acquaintances. And without fail, every single time, one of us brings it up. She remembers it exactly the way I do. No embellishments, no dramatics, just quiet certainty. I don't blame people for not believing the story, but when people try to explain it away, light tricks, a worker in costume, pareidolia, I get defensive. Because I know what I saw. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a maybe. It was as real and solid as any person I've stood across from. The only explanation I've ever entertained is that maybe I hallucinated it, and she just humored me. But that doesn't sit right either. So I don't really have a satisfying conclusion, just a story that's followed me into adulthood, something I'll probably never be able to explain, and for sure never forget. There's this spot just outside of the town I grew up in called Baker's Hollow. Nothing special, just a field, some woods, and half-burnt fire ring that people have used forever. My older sister used to say that kids back in her day called it Bonfire Hill. They joked that if you lit a fire on the 4th of July, you had to make a deal to leave. Like you couldn't just walk away. You had to say your name 3 times or the fire would keep you. It was total nonsense stuff. Everyone says that kind of crap when you're a kid around here. You just don't take it seriously. So anyway, this was roughly 9 years ago. I had just graduated and a group of us had decided to do something low-key for the 4th. We skipped the fireworks show and took a bunch of cheap beer and snacks out to Baker's Hollow. It was me, my friend Sean, 2 girls we were kind of seeing at the time, and Sean's cousin Eli. The vibe was super chill at first. We had music going, built a pretty solid fire, and we were just kind of enjoying the night. It wasn't until the music cut out that everything got weird. Sean checked his phone, but he had full battery. So did I. Then Eli looked up and said, "Why'd the fire get quiet?" That's when I noticed it too. There was no sound anywhere. No crackling from the fire, no bugs, nothing. It wasn't just the music that cut out, it was literally everything. The air itself didn't feel right, too stuffy for being outside. And then the fire was pulsating. Not like a flare-up, more like it exhaled. I know that makes no sense, but it looked like it breathed out this quick burst of light and then dimmed down so low we could barely see each other. I figured that someone had tossed something weird in the flames, but everyone swore they hadn't touched it. And then Eli. "We're not supposed to leave yet." We all laughed, thinking he was just messing with us, but he wasn't smiling. His face was completely blank. He looked over at me. "You have to say it. All of you. Or we stay." I asked what he meant, but he just repeated it. "You have to say it. Or we stay." I looked at Sean, and he was starting to freak out too. And then his girlfriend just bolted, grabbed her bag, ran into the dark, broke whatever spell was going on, though. The fire suddenly sparked back to life. The The sound of crickets and leaves came rushing back in like someone turned the volume back up. Music, everything. We, on the other hand, packed up in total silence and just ran after Sean's girl. She was waiting at the edge of the trail, completely pale and shaking. This was not a girl who was pretending. She said she saw someone else. Someone crouching on the opposite side of the fire, behind Eli, watching us. None of us were standing there. This happened to me a few years ago, and I still think about it more often than I probably should. A normal day, nothing special. I'd just gotten off of work and was heading to the bus stop. Same route I always took. Down Main, past the diner, up to the corner across from the Walgreens. I remember being a little out of it. Not tired exactly, but zoned out. One of those days where your body just moves through routine while your brain floats somewhere else. And I'm standing on the corner, waiting for the light. There's no one else around, just a few cars passing here and there. I had headphones on, but really wasn't listening to anything. The walk signal flickered on, and I stepped forward without looking. The next thing I remember is this arm, strong and sudden, grabbing the back of my jacket and yanking me back onto the sidewalk. And then, whoosh, this car flies through the red light, easily doing 50, maybe more. No brakes, no honking, just a blur of steel. It would have hit me, no question. I was already in the street. Half a step more, I'd be gone. I stumbled back and my heart was pounding from all the adrenaline. I spun around to thank whoever had pulled me, and there was no one there. Not in front of the shops, not down the sidewalk, no footsteps, no sound, nothing. I even said out loud like an idiot, "Hello?" Nothing, obviously. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, completely frozen, not because of the car, not even because of how close it was, but because I knew that I hadn't just been alone. Not before it happened, and maybe not now. I felt watched, not in a creepy way, in a present way, like someone had shown up just long enough to stop me from stepping into that intersection, and then left before I could see them. I've tried explaining it to friends, and they usually joke about guardian angels or say, "Wow, lucky break," but it didn't feel like luck. It felt intentional, like someone had been following me just for that moment, and once their job was done, they just didn't need to stick around. I don't know who or what saved me. I don't think I ever will, but I'm glad it did. My dad always had this thing where he wouldn't enter a room without knocking, even if the door was wide open. He said it was about respect. Every room has a presence, he'd say. Always knock. He passed away in the fall. I moved into his house a few months later to sort things out. It was hard. Too quiet, too full of his things. One night I was brushing my teeth, bathroom door wide open, and I heard it. 2 knocks. Soft, but distinct, on the frame. I stood still, toothbrush in hand, and I said, "Come in," out of habit. No one. Over the next few weeks, I heard it again and again. Always 2 knocks, always when I was in the bathroom. Never any footsteps, never any movement, just a knock. Eventually, I started saying, "Hey, Dad," when I heard it. And shortly after that, I stopped hearing the knocks. We weren't exactly seasoned campers. My partner and I had done a couple of easy state parks with cell service and clean restrooms. But this trip was different. We wanted quiet, no generators, no kids on bikes, no RV blaring country music all night. So we picked a remote spot in Northern California, somewhere off the 96, a primitive campground by the river. No signal and no other cars in the lot when we pulled in. The place was beautiful, perfect. Sunlight scattered through massive trees, and the river nearby gave off that cold, mossy smell. It always reminded me of being a kid. We hiked a little, set up camp, had an early dinner. We even talked about staying longer than the 2 nights we had booked. I remember falling asleep so easy that first night. The fire had died down and the night sounds kicked in. Crickets, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Peaceful, and everything felt good. Until something woke us up. I didn't hear it at first. It was my partner who nudged me. They whispered that they'd heard something walking outside the tent. I froze and we both listened. At first it was just movement, branches cracking softly, slow footfalls circling wide. Maybe a bear. We'd stored the food properly, so I wasn't too worried. But then there was a sound. It started low, a guttural growl. Not canine or feline. It was honestly not like anything I'd ever heard. And then a second one joined in. For a moment, it sounded like 2 huge animals snarling at each other just outside the tent, maybe 20 feet away. And then it escalated. The growling turned to violent thrashing. We could hear something heavy being shoved against the ground, snapping branches, the thud of weight hitting the forest floor. It was pure chaos outside of our tent, and it was deliberate, like 2 things locked in some kind of brutal, intimate fight. We still stayed frozen, and then there was screaming, or a scream. It was one long, rising wail, so high-pitched it made our ears ring. It was so full of rage it felt like it pushed the air out of the tent. It was more than a howl, and not a scream like you'd think. Something between the 2 and something not right. Then silence. No footsteps, no retreat, just gone. We stayed awake until dawn, barely speaking. My partner had a knife clutched in one hand under the sleeping bag. I held the flashlight, but didn't turn it on. Every time I thought I heard another branch snap, my body tensed up. When daylight finally started bleeding through the mesh of the tent, I unzipped it as quietly as I could. Everything looked completely normal. There was no blood, as I would have expected. Wasn't even footprints or shredded gear. But then I saw, about 30 feet from the fire pit, just past the ring of trees, it was a body of a deer, or rather, half of one. It looked clean. The spine was visible where it had been severed, and the back half of the deer, its legs and tail, part of the flank, was just laying in the dirt. No blood or drag marks, just dropped like it had been placed there. We didn't speak for a long time. We did eventually pack our things, not rushed or frantic. We didn't want to seem scared, but we didn't stay another night. That much was unspoken. On our way out, we stopped at a trailhead lot where a dusty camper van was parked next to ours. An older guy in a flannel jacket was sitting in a folding chair next to it, drinking something from a metal mug. He nodded at us as we passed. Being the social and curious creature I am, I asked if he'd heard anything the night before. He looked at me for a moment. Too long, really. And then he said, "He saw the deer." I didn't answer, but my silence must have told him enough. He didn't say anything else, just took a sip of whatever he was drinking and looked out toward the tree line. I thought about asking more, like what he knew, what he thought it was, but I didn't. There was something about his expression that told me he wouldn't answer anyway, or maybe that he didn't want to talk about it, like he had seen it, once, twice, and maybe it was better not to name it. We drove home in silence for the first hour. I guess both of us somewhat afraid to talk about it. After that trip, we didn't talk about it much either. We told people the trip was great, that the forest was beautiful, but the weather turned and we decided to cut it short. That was enough. Every time I've gone camping since, I think about that scream. I'm honestly terrified that I'll hear it again because I have no idea what it belongs to. And really, anything that can do that to a deer is probably better off not knowing what it is. In 2011, I was desperate to find a new place to live. I just moved across the country for school and was running out of patience and money, crashing on a friend's couch. Rent in the city was already stupid expensive, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a basement room for $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad was short, almost too short. Private room, separate entrance, utilities included. No photos, just a phone number. The guy on the other end introduced himself as Paul. He said that he owned the house and that I could swing by the next day to look at the room. I didn't think anything of it. Lots of people posted bare bones listings back then. And there was no way I was going to pass up that price. The house was in a quiet neighborhood, an older place with peeling paint and overgrown hedges. I knocked on the front door and this man in his late 40s answered. He was plain-looking, clean but pale, like he spent a lot of time indoors. "You must be here for the room," he said, smiling just enough to show his teeth. I followed him around the side gate and down a few concrete steps to the basement door. The air immediately smelled damp and stale, like a mix of wet cardboard and bleach. When we walked inside, I tried to keep my face neutral. The suite was basically one long hallway with low ceilings. The bedroom was at the far end, bare except for a twin mattress on the floor and a dresser that looked like it had been dragged from a garage sale. But what struck me was the door. On the inside of the bedroom, there was a heavy metal padlock, not like a deadbolt or a chain, but a latch meant for big locks. I pointed at it and tried to make a joke, something like, "I guess you really don't want anyone stealing stuff, huh?" He didn't laugh, he just said, "Sometimes tenants want extra privacy." That sat wrong with me. Privacy was one thing, but who installs a lock that keeps you inside? We moved on, and he insisted on showing me a small storage room at the back. The door was painted the same color as the wall, like it was meant to blend in. He flicked on the light and motioned me inside. It was just a narrow space, maybe the size of a walk-in closet, with shelves stacked with paint cans and tools. But the strange part was how the door clicked when it closed. There was no switch inside, just four walls and a bare bulb overhead. For a second, I honestly thought he had locked me in. My chest tightened, every nerve screamed that I was in the wrong place with the wrong person. I pushed at the door before he even had a chance to say anything, muttering something about needing fresh air. He stepped back like it was no big deal. But the look in his eyes wasn't amused. It was disappointment. We went back to the main room, and he asked if I wanted to sit down, get a feel for the space. He gestured at the mattress, like he expected me to try it out. I told him I needed to check out a couple more places before deciding. And that's when his tone shifted. "Places like this don't stay open long," he said. "People appreciate how quiet it is down here." I thanked him for the tour, already backing toward the door, and he stood there smiling while I left. When I got outside, I realized how badly my hands were shaking. I didn't even wait for the bus. I walked 3 blocks before calling a cab, glancing over my shoulder the entire time. Later that night, I checked Craigslist again. The ad was gone, not updated and not reposted, just vanished. I don't know what Paul's deal was. Maybe he was really just an odd landlord with terrible decorating sense. But the padlock, the storage room with no switch, the way he wanted me to sit down, it all felt really bad. I've thought about it a lot since then. How easy it would have been to brush off my instincts. How quick I was to laugh at things that weren't funny. and how different the ending might have been if I hadn't shoved past him in the storage room. So, Paul, with your cheap basement rental and your padlocks, let's never meet again. I grew up on the edge of a dying town in Iowa. Our house backed up to endless cornfields that changed hands every few years. Sometimes they were planted, sometimes left dry and brittle for seasons at a time. Either way, they were always a little creepy. This happened when I was about 13. It was the 4th of July, and my cousins were in town from Des Moines. The adults were drinking on the porch, and we were left to entertain ourselves. Someone came up with the brilliant idea to sneak into the cornfield behind our house and light off a few fireworks. Nothing crazy, just bottle rockets and sparklers that we'd grabbed from a cardboard stand off the highway. It was a clear night, humid and hot, with a stillness that makes every little sound seem louder than it should be. We lit a couple of the rockets and watched them arc through the air over the rows of corn. The sparks crackled, faded, and we were left in the dark again. I was about to light off another when my cousin Jeremy grabbed my arm. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I hadn't, but the other two nodded. At first I thought they were just messing with me, but then I saw it too. Lights, small, faint, between the rows of corn, like flickering lanterns, moving slowly. Not swaying like flashlights would, hovering. I thought maybe it was neighbors or someone on the other side of the field, but the longer we watched, the less sense it made. There was no sound like footsteps of someone carrying these lights. They didn't seem to follow any sort of path. They weaved between the rows like they were floating. And then Jeremy shouted. One of the lights was moving towards him fast. He dropped his sparkler and ran. We all followed, tearing through the rows until we hit my backyard. The porch lights never looked so good. My dad saw us running and yelled something, but we ignored him and bolted inside, locking the door behind us. Later, I tried to explain. I told him about the lights, how they moved, how they didn't seem normal. He just looked tired, told me it was some sort of gas, local kids with headlamps. "Don't go into the fields at night," he said. And that was that. But I asked my grandma about it the next day, half expecting her to scold me, but still curious. Instead, she got real quiet. She said, "They do show up every few years. I see them. Just let them be." That was it. We didn't go back into the field. Not that summer and never. But every year since then, when the 4th of July shows up, I can't stop thinking about it. I haven't seen the house in years, not since a trip with my daughter, maybe 3 summers ago now. But sometimes I still dream about it. Not just the rooms or the wallpaper peeling off like sunburned skin, but the landing. That one stretch of hallway outside my old bedroom door. Growing up, I used to see someone standing there. It always happened late at night. I'd wake up, feel this pull, this need to look toward the hallway. My door would be cracked open just enough to catch the dim light from the upstairs nightlight. And every now and then I'd see it, a tall, dark figure, standing perfectly still on the landing. There was no face or details, it was a silhouette, like a shadow that someone forgot to pick up. I never saw it move. I never heard it breathe. I'd blink and it would still be there, staring. My parents said that it was sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination. My mom even blamed my late-night reading habits once. Told me spooky stories get into your blood if you're not careful. Eventually, I stopped telling anyone about it. I stopped looking, too. I'd close my door at night and try to convince myself that That meant it couldn't be there. But deep down, I still felt it. Just watching. I moved out at 17, and I never looked back. There were a lot of contributing factors to my move, but that house never felt like a home. And the house sat empty after my parents passed. We rented it out a few times, but it was never a consistent income. Eventually, the place just fell apart. The plumbing failed, the roof sagged. I thought about selling it, but something in me couldn't let it go. A few years ago, on a whim, I took my daughter up there. She was 7 at the time, curious, fearless. At that age, everything is either an opportunity to ask 5 million questions or an adventure. We were on a road trip, and I figured we'd pass by, peek inside for a few minutes, take some pictures, and be gone before lunch. The house looked worse than I remembered. Overgrown weeds, shutters hanging crooked. A busted gutter was dangling like a broken limb. I told her it used to be beautiful. Like a haunted castle, she asked. I laughed, but something in me sort of tightened. Inside, the air was dry and stale. Dust floated in the sunlight like ash. Most of the furniture had been cleared out, but a few things remained. The old coat rack in the entryway, the cracked mirror halfway up the stairs, and a worn runner on the landing that hadn't been vacuumed in decades. We walked through slowly. I showed her the kitchen where Grandma made soup from scratch, the living room where we watched VHS tapes on stormy nights, the closet under the stairs that used to terrify me for no reason. And then we went upstairs. The moment I set foot on that staircase, something shifted. The light changed, or the silence got more intense, hard to explain. Pressure in the air, like the house was breathing. At the top of the stairs, we stood on the landing. I pointed to the door at the end of the hall and said, "That was my room." She didn't say anything. I turned to look at her. She was staring at the exact spot. The one across from my bedroom door. The one I used to see him standing in. Before I could ask, she said, completely calm, "Who's that man watching us?" It hit me like a punch. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. "There's no one there, sweetheart," I said, trying to keep my voice level. She tilted her head, still watching. "He's not scary, he's just standing there." I wanted to look. I really did. But I couldn't. I told her it was time to go, and she didn't argue. We left the house, locked the door, and didn't speak of it much that day. She seemed fine by dinner, back to her usual bubbly self. Kids are good at forgetting, sometimes, but I'm not. She doesn't remember saying it now. I've asked, gently, once or twice. She always shrugs and says she doesn't even remember the house. We did end up selling it. But I remember it. Now that I'm even older, I wonder if it was ever sleep paralysis, or if I was seeing something real, something that was tied to the house, something tied to me, I guess. What I saw back then, it never moved or spoke, never did anything to scare me outright, but it was always there on that landing, like a permanent fixture. And I guess that's the part that unsettles me the most now. Not that it was ever there, but that it never left. And so, what was it? This happened in 2016. I was 17, and that year our town had its first real 4th of July celebration since the early 2000s. I guess there'd been a bunch of budget issues, some drama with the mayor's office, so for years it had just been cookouts and sparklers in people's backyards. But that summer, they brought back the parade and even hired a big fireworks company to do a professional show at Miller Park. It was kind of a big deal. I remember everyone gathered in lawn chairs and on blankets in the grass. My friends and I had snuck in some cheap drinks and were laying under the sky, waiting for the finale. When it hit, the crowd went nuts. huge bursts of red and gold exploding right above us. And then there was this one firework. It shot higher than the rest. We all noticed it. It was sort of out of sync with the rest, too. It didn't explode immediately, just kept going. So high it looked like a star. And then it burst, but it was strange. Just this dull white glow that didn't fade, and there didn't appear to be any sound. It just lingered, almost like it got stuck in the sky. People clapped, confused but impressed. I remember my friend Kyle going, "Dude, that one's broken," and we all laughed. But the next night, it was still there. We thought maybe it was Venus or something, like a star. But then it blinked slowly, like a slow pulse. White light, fade out, then back again. Same spot in the sky. People on the community Facebook started posting about it. Some said that it was a drone or a satellite. A couple of older folks said it was them, and they got laughed at on the page. My mom thought that it was a trick of the atmosphere. I didn't know what to think. But then the power started going out. Not everywhere, just at the houses that backed up to the woods by the park. One night on a dare, Kyle and I rode our bikes over there. I didn't really want to, but he kept saying that we were being called to do it. He was joking, of course, at first. When we got to the clearing behind Miller Park, the air was obviously different. It was heavier, not hot, just thick, like being underwater. The light above us pulsed again. No wind, no bugs, no sounds, just that light. We stood there for a minute, and Kyle said, dead serious, "Don't look at it." Then he dropped his bike, took off into the woods. I didn't follow. I couldn't. I felt like I was frozen in place. Eventually, I turned and rode home, shaking the whole way. I couldn't believe how much time had passed. How had everything taken hours? No way. And Kyle, he didn't come back that night, or the next. The cops found him the following afternoon, barefoot and dazed, a few miles away, walking down the center of Highway 40. He didn't remember anything. He wouldn't even talk about it. The light in the sky, it was gone. I didn't go to the fireworks shows at Miller Park after that. No one really talks about that year anymore. But sometimes when there's like a thunderstorm or the power flickers at night, I swear I see it again, just for a second, faintly glowing in the clouds in the exact same spot. Whatever it was, I don't think it was ever really a firework at all. I've only had one paranormal experience in my life. I was about 11. It was the middle of the night, and I remember waking up for no real reason. I was prone to waking up, but it was often nightmares, a storm, having to pee. But I just opened my eyes fully alert and immediately felt that something was wrong. You know how people say they can feel when someone's watching them? That's what it was like. Not just a passing thought, either. I could feel it in my body, like static on my skin. Every hair on my arm and neck stood up. My chest was tight. I didn't hear anything, but I could tell someone was at the door to my room, just standing there. I was on my side, facing the door. My room wasn't big, maybe 10 steps from the bed to the door, but in that moment it felt impossibly far. The hallway light was off, but the way the moon hit the window beside me, it cast a faint glow across the floor, just enough to make out shapes in the dark. Gazing toward the doorway, I saw a woman just standing there. It wasn't my mom. I knew that instantly. My mom stood differently. She's got this soft shuffle when she walked with slippers, always murmurs something as she comes in. But the woman in the doorway, She wasn't really moving at all, or breathing. The stature was wrong. Why was she just standing there? I couldn't make out a face, but I could see that it was a woman. A long nightgown or robe, maybe, and hair that went past her shoulders. She looked like she was staring right at me, even though I couldn't really see her eyes. Like she knew I was awake, knew I was looking at her. I didn't scream or say anything. I just laid there. After maybe 10 seconds, though it felt like hours, I pulled the covers over my head. I held them tight, hoping whatever it was would just go away. And that's how I stayed until the sun came up. When I did actually have the courage to lower the blanket, the doorway was empty. Nothing and no one there. I got up and went to the hallway and checked my parents' room, the bathroom, even the locks on the doors. Everything was normal. No one else seemed to have been up during the night. I didn't tell anyone that morning. I think part of me didn't want to say it out loud. Like acknowledging it would make it more real. I could brush it off now. But it was real. I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel. A few weeks later, I mentioned it offhandedly to my mom. I just said something like, "Hey, did someone used to live here before us?" She told me, yeah. A woman owned the house before we bought it. She'd lived there alone for a long time. Passed away not long before we moved in. Died in her sleep, in the master bedroom of natural causes. Hearing that made my stomach drop. I didn't tell her the whole story. Just nodded and let it go. But inside, it all clicked. I think she was checking on me. Maybe not malicious, just curious. Maybe I happened to wake up at the exact moment that she was just passing through. If that's how it works, who knows? I never saw her again. It was just that one time. And I never felt anything weird in that house before or after. There were never any cold spots or flickering lights. Nothing moving on its own. It was just that one night. But man, it stuck with me. There's something different about an experience like that when you're a kid. You question yourself more. Wonder if it was just a dream or a shadow, your imagination. But there's also a big part of you that knows it's none of those things. I was awake, wide awake. I remember every detail. The silence, the pressure in my chest, the shape of her standing there. It gives me chills even now, just thinking about it. I think deep down, once something like that happens to you, even just once, you never completely forget the feeling of being watched by someone who's not supposed to be there. You don't forget the fear that comes from seeing something you can't explain. You just learn to live with it. I've done a lot of solo camping throughout my years. Most of it's been in well-traveled areas, state parks, popular trails. But sometimes I push deeper just to get away from the noise. Last fall, I went into the Olympic Peninsula. If you've ever been, it's one of the densest, quietest places you can imagine. Miles of forest that don't see another human for weeks. I was maybe 8 miles from the nearest road when I found a small ridge above a stream. It was a perfect spot. Flat ground, fresh water, decent visibility. I set up camp and made a fire, settled in. Still, one of the most beautiful spots I've seen. It was just after sunset when I noticed something. It was past the firelight, maybe 30 yards away. It was a figure. At first I thought it was a tree stump catching the light weird, but the shape was too tall and narrow, and this head was tilted slightly, like the figure was watching me. I told myself that it was nothing, definitely a trick of the light. I'd never been out here, probably the reflection of another tree. When you're alone in the woods, your brain loves to find faces where there aren't any. I stoked the fire and forced myself to ignore it. I thought it was supposed to be trusting some sort of gut feeling, It wasn't there. I didn't feel afraid. So eventually, I did ignore it. The next day, I hiked further upstream to fish. When I got back, there was no sign of anything near camp. I remember looking across the way, trying to figure out if there was a tree or something that could have been making that shape. Now I couldn't stop thinking about it for some reason. And that night, just as the sun dropped, I saw it again. Same spot and same distance, still as a statue. I considered calling out. Something about that felt silly, so instead I began waving, almost frantically, flashing my light on myself. No movement, no sound from the other thing. Eventually I turned in for the night, figuring that whatever it was, it had no interest in getting closer, and was probably, truly, nothing. I remember tossing and turning in my tent. I couldn't sleep, so I decided I'm going to stay up a little bit later. I was reading in my tent with a small light. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was waking to a faint sound. Breathing. No animal breathing. It wasn't a huff of a deer or a sniff of a raccoon. This was slow, steady, human. I unzipped the tent, just enough to peek out. The fire had burned low, and my eyes took a second to adjust. When they did, I could see that same shape, the one I'd seen across the way. It was now just on the other side of the fire pit, closer than I'd ever seen it. I could tell now by the glow that there was skin, if that's what you'd even call it. It was tight, smooth, no hair. Even where the eyes should have been or where anything should have been, it was just skin. It didn't even flinch when I moved, but clearly that breathing sound was coming from it. I don't remember making the decision to get out of the tent fully, but suddenly I was on my feet, flashlight in hand, shining it right at the thing. The beam hit empty ground. I didn't pack up that night, but I didn't sleep either. I stood by the fire with my hatchet until the sun came up. Then I left everything but the essentials and hiked straight back to my car. I told myself that I wouldn't even talk about it. No one believes these kind of stories anyways, but it's just too strange not to share. A few years ago, I was driving back from a buddy's cabin in rural Pennsylvania. It was just after sunset, and it was that in-between light where the shadows are long. I was passing a stretch of farmland when I saw something move through the trees just off the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it stood upright. It was thin, bipedal, and covered in pale, almost glowing white hair. Easily 7 feet tall. It didn't move like a person either, or an animal. It was too smooth and too quiet. I remember pulling over and killing the engine. I just watched. It stood in a clearing maybe 50 feet away, facing the tree line. I couldn't see a face, just its shape or outline. It never turned towards me, never ran, just blinked out. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone. I didn't see it leave. There was no movement or sound. I sat there for a pretty long time after that, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. I still have no idea what it was, and I've never taken that road again after dark. I know this isn't a traditional ghost story, but I like to think it's paranormal. We grew up thinking of the rose bush as more of a boundary than a plant. It sat stubbornly along a back fence of our yard, thorny, very dense, like it had something to prove. It didn't even bloom roses, not once, not even a bud, but it grew slowly, deliberately, like it had all the time in the world to keep us off that fence. My mom had brought it from her childhood home, my grandfather's farm decades ago. She'd split the original bush and transplanted a cutting when she and my dad bought the house. I was too young to remember the planting, but she used to tell us how she'd almost thrown it out after a couple of years when it just sat there, green and unremarkable. But eventually it wove itself through the wooden slats of the fence, and she left it alone. Said it was useful, kept us kids from climbing over and getting into trouble on the other side. For as long as I can remember, it was just there, a fixture of the backyard. We didn't water it, we didn't prune it. It didn't need us, and we didn't need it. That's how I felt. Then my grandfather passed away. It had been 5 years since I'd last seen him. Distance, life, whatever excuses we had. I remember my mother got quiet when she got the call. She wasn't close with him towards the end, but it still shook her. They had that kind of complicated love, a little worn around the edges, but still real underneath. That spring, something changed. I remember walking outside one morning with my coffee in hand and stopping short. There were roses, bright, vibrant red roses blooming all across the bush like they'd always been there. I blinked like I was seeing things. I called my mom out and she didn't say a word at first, just walked and ran her fingers lightly across one of the petals, like she didn't quite believe it either. "They're red," she finally said, "just like the ones at the farm." I didn't know what to say. None of us did. It had never bloomed before, not once in nearly 35 years. And now, after his death, there they were, lush and full and smelling faintly like good memories. The next year, the roses were gone. The bush was back to being plain and green, its thorns catching sleeves and stealing stray toys just like always. But a few years later, my grandmother died. It was gentler, her passing, expected and peaceful even. She'd been slipping for a while, her stories repeating and her eyes sometimes cloudy with confusion. My mom took it harder, though. She'd always been close to her mother. That spring, we didn't even think to look at the bush, but the bush remembered. White roses, soft, ivory-colored blooms, stretching out in every direction like snowflakes made of silk. There was no mistaking it. The same bush, the same roots, but a different bloom. White, my mom whispered. Her favorite. They lasted the season, but that was the last time. Since then, the bush has gone back to itself. Green, thorny, silent. We kind of joke about it now. The bloom years, we call them. 2 strange, brief seasons that made us all stop and wonder. Was it just a coincidence? A fluke of nature? Maybe. But I've seen the way my mom still looks at the bush, like it holds a secret, like it told her something once and it hasn't spoken since. Some things don't need an explanation, I guess. They just need to be remembered. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her. And then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. I went to nursing school as a married adult with children. As I was driving home after an evening class midterm, I began to slow down as I was coming near an intersection on a rarely used road. I noticed two moving lights in the sky to my right, approximately 300 feet above. These lights slowly traveled and came to a stop about 150 feet above, in front of my car. 3 more lights came and lined up with the other 2, one by one. I stopped the car, locked the doors, and watched the show. I couldn't tell if they were blinking lights or if they were rotating, as on a round object spinning. These lights were hovering and silent. Then, one by one, they took off at the speed I've never seen, each following the other. When they left, I started the car, not remembering turning it off, and I noticed that the doors were unlocked. I attributed that to a poor attention span, not remembering. I arrived home a few minutes later. I thought my husband would be happy to see that I was home, as I left the college quite early. But he was quite troubled and wondered why I was almost 3 hours late. I have absolutely no memory of the missing time. I was 17 the first time I went to Warden State Forest alone. It's in South Jersey, mostly pine, swamp, and sand trails that all look the same once you're a mile in. Locals joke that the woods are older than God out there, and they're not wrong. There's something wrong about the air, though, like it holds things longer than it should. Anyway, I went out there to clear my head. That's what I told people. Truth was, I was running from something. Not a person, just everything. I'd lost someone a few weeks before. Sudden death, wrong place, wrong time. I won't get into it here, just I wasn't sleeping, and the forest seemed like the only place that didn't remind me of her. It was late afternoon when I got there, middle of fall. It was sort of a gray light that made everything feel underwater. I walked for a couple of hours, didn't speak, didn't even really think. Just let the rhythm of my boots take the trail and pull me along. Eventually, I left the path and started following this little deer trail that cut through a patch of young pines. That's when I heard something breathing. It wasn't me, obviously, but it was steady, rhythmic, almost patterned. I stopped. It didn't. I thought it was maybe wind in the trees at first, hopefully. But there wasn't any wind. And the sound, it was wet. like something was breathing through a wet mouth. Struggling a little with each inhale, I turned in place slowly, trying not to make a sound. About 20 yards off, there was a rise in the land, sandy, with a patchy brush. And behind that, just barely visible, something was watching me. I don't know how I saw it. I shouldn't have. It blended in with the trees almost perfectly. The same color, the same shape. But my eyes kept finding it again and again, like my brain didn't want to register it. It was standing, tall, angular, shoulders bent weird, head like a horse skull but stretched thinner, and wings maybe, not open, but tucked alongside its back. It seemed to sort of hug itself, like a bat hanging upside down but right side up. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention. I don't know how long I stood there. Time didn't feel normal. I only remember my fingers going numb and realizing that I'd been holding my breath. Then I blinked, and it was gone. No sound, no motion, just gone. I walked straight out of the forest, and I didn't look back. I drove home, and that was it. The part that bothers me a lot, what stuck with me more than anything, maybe. It was a look in its eyes. For that 1 second that we locked eyes, I felt this weird recognition, like it had seen me before. I only saw it once, but it saw me too, and I just can't get over that. When I was around 19, my friend Jeremy and I decided to explore a stretch of the Green River. Neither of us had ever paddled before. We'd both been kayaking for years, and between us, we knew pretty much every bend, rapid, and sandbar in our area. But this section was further out, less maintained, no campgrounds. We'd figured that we'd make a day of it. The first hour or two was pretty peaceful. It was mid-July and the water was calm. The weather was literally perfect. The river wound lazily between tall, moss-covered banks. No houses, no boats, not even footprints along the shore. It was like we'd dropped into a different time. That's why the bridge didn't make sense. We came around a bend and there it was, an old wooden bridge spanning the river, narrow, with thick beams and planks, weathered gray. It didn't look like anything modern. No guardrails, no signs. The road on top was so overgrown with grass and weeds, it looked more like a forgotten trail than something you'd drive on. I slowed my paddle and looked at Jeremy. "You ever seen this before?" He shook his head. "Nope, I've been through this section, I think." We let ourselves drift a little bit closer, and as we did, I noticed it was cooler. And that smell of river, the mud and plants and warm fresh water, it was gone, replaced by something faintly metallic. We ducked under the bridge, and the world went strange. The water slowed until it barely moved at all, like we'd paddled into a still pond. The sound of the current vanished, replaced by a soft, steady whispering. Not wind or leaves, more like people talking somewhere out of sight. I couldn't make out the words, just the rise and fall of voices. I glanced over at Jeremy to see if he heard it too, but he was staring straight ahead, jaw tight. I didn't ask. We kept paddling, figuring the weird atmosphere would pass over once we got further downstream. After what felt like an hour, I saw something ahead. Another bridge. It wasn't just another bridge. It was the same bridge. Same sagging, weathered planks. Same moss growing along the supports and the same tangle of vines hanging off the side. But this time, we were approaching it from the opposite direction. That was impossible. We'd never stopped, never turned around. and rivers don't flow in reverse circles. I felt panic starting to set in. Jeremy was the one who made the call. We're not going to go under it again. We paddled to shore instead, dragged the kayaks up the muddy bank, and started hiking. The woods were dense, but we eventually stumbled across an old game trail, and it led us back to the river, maybe a mile upstream from where we'd started our detour. From there, we paddled straight back to the car without saying much. That night, I pulled up Google Maps to try to figure out what we'd seen. There's no bridge in that area, not even an old one. Nothing but forest and river. I still don't know what happened out there, but I've been back to that section twice since then, and no matter how far I paddle, I can't find that bend in the river again. And that bridge, it's not there. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. This isn't my story, but it's one that stuck with me for years. I think about it more often than I should, honestly. Usually late at night, when things feel just slightly off and I can't quite say why. Back in the early 2000s, I met a guy who worked at a theater in New York. This was in the 90s that he worked there, back when the city was still clawing its way out of the worst of the crime waves. He was a stagehand, lighting, rigging, behind-the-scenes stuff. Quiet guy, liked black coffee, didn't say much unless you asked. But when he did talk, there was always this strange calm to him, like he saw the world a little differently. He told me once that someone had broken into the theater one night, a robbery gone sideways. The guy was looking for cash and supplies, and when he got startled, he panicked and stabbed the man in the neck. Bad. Severed something important. He was alone at the time. No one found him for minutes. By the time paramedics arrived, he had lost a terrifying amount of blood and had no pulse. He said that he was clinically dead for nearly 9 minutes. But here's where it gets weird. He told me that he didn't go toward the light. There weren't any angels or tunnels. What he felt, instead, was his consciousness slipping, like a gear misfiring in an engine or falling through a trap door that he hadn't known was under him. He said there was this sudden, overwhelming sensation of being somewhere else. Another version of the same room, the same body, the same life. Except this time, he didn't die. He described it like stepping sideways through reality, that in the original version of events, the one that began when he woke up that morning, he bled out, and that was it. That world kept going without him. But his consciousness migrated, shifted, landed in this timeline, in this version. He survived, and he said it so plainly, so offhand, like he was telling me that he used to live in Queens before moving to Brooklyn. I asked him if he really believed that, and he didn't say, "I believe," he said, "That's what happened." There was no room for interpretation in his voice. No hesitation, just fact. That's what happened. I remember feeling cold when he said it, Not scared exactly, just rattled in some way I couldn't explain. Like he'd opened a door to something that I didn't want to look too closely at. Like a truth that didn't care whether I believed it or not. I never pressed him further. Maybe I should have. Maybe I didn't want to hear more. But sometimes I wonder, what if he's right? What if death isn't an end but a shift? A fold in the paper? A crossing into another version where you didn't die? Where your body failed but your consciousness slipped into a timeline where it didn't? And if that's true, if we just keep falling sideways into the next nearest version of ourselves, how would we ever know? How many times have we already died? I love dolls. I collect them. Personally, in regards to my own dolls, I've never been afraid of any of them. It's quite the contrary. They're my plastic, vinyl, resin angels, and they make me feel more at home than not having them around. That being said, I saw this one antique doll in a junk shop that gave me shivers. She was a composite doll, probably from the 30s or 40s. She was very pretty, but you could see her age. She had tiny cracks all over her. The guy who owned the shop loved dolls, and he knew that I loved dolls. He was closing up the shop, and he said she wanted me to have her. But I was like, thanks, but no thanks. There was just something wrong about that doll. Some vibe that she gave off that told me not to go there. I refused to even touch her, let alone take her. Interestingly enough, he wasn't offended by my refusal. In fact, he seemed to approve of my decision not to take her home. I don't think he wanted me to have her so much as he wanted to see what I'd do if he offered her to me. I do think he would have let me take her, but sometimes I wonder what the man's motives really were in offering me that particular doll. I almost felt like it was some kind of weird test, and I somehow passed it. I know it doesn't really make any sense, but that's how it felt at the time. My now 10-year-old sister was born after a prophetic dream by my dying great-grandmother. She saw my mother holding a pink blanket a year before my mother was pregnant, even said the calendar was on October. My sister was born October 12th. But my sister has dreams that come true. Some of you may remember a few years back, a school bus flipped and 2 kids died in the southern states of the U.S. 3 days before that happened, she woke up crying and said, "The bus crashed. 2 of the kids died, but one of them saved his friend." 3 days later, the news reported that a bus had crashed and 2 kids had died. A week later, they released the video. It clearly showed one of the kids who died grabbing his seatmate and putting his body between her and the side of the bus. When my sister was 3 and I was 18, she told me not to go to work because she had a dream that I was hit by a car. I didn't think much of it, but she got really upset, so I stayed home just to keep her calm. The bus that I'd been planning to ride was sideswiped by an SUV as it unloaded passengers at a stop. And last year, she told me she had a dream about a girl who kept hitting me and screaming that I was a monster and that she would kill me. 3 days later, a girl that I dumped for cheating on me attacked me at a Walmart. She pulled a knife and tried to stab me in the face. Those are just some of the more unnerving ones, but there are a lot of others. I don't know if this makes her a psychic or what, but it's certainly strange, and no one in our family seems to be able to explain it. I was still a rookie when my older brother took his own life. He lived in another state, and though we were close, I hadn't spoken to him in weeks. The guilt ate at me. I kept thinking if I just called, just checked in. By the time they found him, his body was in bad shape. Closed casket service, no final goodbye, just silence. About a week after the funeral, I was back on patrol trying to fake some kind of normal. My partner and I rolled up to a gas station after dispatch got a call about a fight. We pull in and we see a big guy, maybe 6'4", beating on a woman in the parking lot. No hesitation, I jumped out of the cruiser, and he sees me and takes off running. I chase him on foot, gun drawn. He cuts through a narrow corridor beside the building, one of those cut-through alleyways that leads into the central courtyard. It's tight, dim, and there's not a lot of light. You can lose your advantage fast. Just before I hit the courtyard, I heard, clear as day, "It's okay." My brother's voice said, calm, reassuring. I turned the corner. The guy was waiting for me, already there, backed into a corner, gun raised, and aimed right at my head. I barely had time to breathe before he pulled the trigger. Once, twice, nothing. I blinked. Then I charged him and started swinging. I don't remember how many times I hit him with the butt of my revolver, only that I didn't stop until the gun dropped out of my hand. I cuffed him, walked him out, found my partner. I told him the guy pulled the trigger twice. What I didn't say was the part about my brother's voice. Back at the station, we unloaded the gun. A .32 revolver. 2 of the bullets had clear strike marks. The guy hadn't missed. The gun had failed. I took it to a lab and told the tech what had happened, minus the ghost part. He loaded the same 2 rounds back into the chamber and fired them into the test tank. Both bullets fired. I've been hunting since I was 9. Grew up out in Boone County, Arkansas. My dad taught me how to shoot, how to track, how to gut and clean anything that walks. I've spent more time in the woods than I have in a damn bed, I'm sure. And I don't rattle over every twig snap or shadow. So when I say something wasn't right that morning, I mean it. It was the 2nd week of November, perfect rut timing. I was set up in a tree stand before sunrise, 12-foot ladder blind that I've used for years. Nobody else around, and this is my uncle's land. I know it like the back of my hand. Right before dawn, I started hearing something downwind, not walking, pacing, heavy, and it kept circling. I figured it was a big buck, scent checking the tree line, and then it stopped. I heard this clicking sound, not like antlers, not like a branch, like bone tapping together. That's the closest thing I can describe it to. I raised my rifle and waited. Nothing. Sun finally came up, and that's when I saw it. Across the gully, maybe 30 yards off. A figure. This wasn't an animal. They were standing, not hunched or crouched, standing. But they were 8 feet tall, maybe 9. Long arms, long legs, skin like wet tree bark. It didn't move. It just stared. Even through the scope, I couldn't make out a face. Just these slits where eyes should be. And they glinted, dull like river stones. I should have taken the shot. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe something deeper. Something in my gut said, don't even move or breathe. And then it tilted its head sideways, like a dog trying to hear better. I swear it grinned. And I noticed something else. Everything was real quiet, like everything had sensed this thing. Even the birds were gone. I didn't climb down. I jumped. I left my rifle in the stand, and I ran straight for the truck. When I came back the next day, broad daylight, I took a couple buddies with me. Everything was normal. My rifle was still there. No tracks, no smell, no sign. But my stand, every rung on the ladder had been twisted, like someone had grabbed it and wrung it like a towel. I don't really hunt alone often anymore. Not out there. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't scared of me. And I've learned when something in the woods doesn't run from a man with a gun, you run from it. When I was in 7th grade, so 12 or 13 years old, my best friend got sick with mono and had to stay home from school for several weeks. As an excuse to basically just talk to her through the window, I agreed to drop off her homework after school. I gave her mom the papers and she offered to drive me home like she always did, and I declined like I always did. The walk was short and I appreciated it. When I was a couple blocks from my house, I saw my 6-year-old brother and a neighbor that was about the same age starting to get into a stranger's car. Immediately, I screamed at him. I threw my backpack in the air and started running towards them. They hesitated on getting in, focusing their attention in my direction. And with that, the man in the car took off with the doors open. Catching up to them, my stupid little brother turned to me and was very mad. The neighbor, confused little boy. Apparently, and of course, the man had promised them candy if they got in the car. And because of me, he had no candy. He stomped off towards the front door, while I collapsed in the dirt by the road near our house. I don't scare easily, but that time, I was terrified. I remember telling my parents what happened and their reaction being that my brother wasn't allowed to travel outside without me present. Not much of a reward for saving his life, but I was sure to drill into him the importance of never stepping foot in a car with a stranger. I didn't go into every gruesome detail, but he knew about John Wayne Gacy when I was through with him. I didn't care if I scared him. That was the point. I'd like to think I saved his life multiple times, thanks to those lessons. I've hunted a lot of different woods, but I've hunted the same stretch of woods for almost 15 years. I know where every game trail crosses, which trees the deer bed under. Even the spots where my boot prints from last season are still faintly pressed into the dirt. So I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw something. An opening between the trees where there shouldn't have been one. Narrow, just wide enough for a person to walk single file. Framed by pine trunks so straight they looked planted. For no good reason but sheer curiosity, I stepped between. The air was cooler and stiller. My boots sank into the soil that was darker than the surrounding forest floor. It was damp and rich, like it had been freshly turned. That path twisted just enough to keep me from seeing far ahead. When it finally opened up, I found myself in a clearing I didn't recognize. Dozens of wooden crosses, some no bigger than a foot high, stuck into the ground at odd angles. All various signs of decoloration and deterioration, but a few of them looked freshly carved. Sharp edges, splinters still clinging to the wood. The smell hit me then, not rot exactly, but something sweet and sickly, like flowers left in stagnant water, or meat in a sink, with a fragrant dish soap. I didn't stay long. I walked back to camp, didn't mention it to the others. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the clearing again, except the crosses were gone. In their place were people, standing exactly where the markers had been, clothes hanging off of them like tatters. Skin was pale, eyes dark, not lively. I woke suddenly with that smell still in my nose. A few days later, unable to forget, I checked my GPS log from that hunt. The coordinates from the clearing, they led straight into an unbroken patch of forest. There was no path or clearing, nothing. I still frequent that stretch, and I've never had anything like it happen again. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and/or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. Okay, so this happened a few years ago. It still freaks me out when I think about it. I've told maybe 2 people, and I've gotten that you imagined it look both times. But I know what I felt. I was hiking alone in Washington State. Dumb, I know, but I'd gone to this trail a dozen times. It's a pretty remote area, steep in parts, a lot of loose rocks, but it's technically easy. I liked going early, before anyone else was on the trail. I took the wrong turn near this ledge that overlooks a ravine. Not sure how I messed it up, but I remember stepping forward, and suddenly, the ground just wasn't there. My foot hit air. I slipped and started sliding toward the edge. I panicked, and there's no way I shouldn't have gone over. It's a 30-foot drop with rocks at the bottom. I felt my torso hanging over the edge. My hands were clawing at the dirt, getting nothing. But then I felt a hand grabbing my backpack, hard. It jerked me back, enough that I could get a foothold and scramble away from the edge. I swear on everything, it wasn't like I hit a rock or a root. It was fingers gripping firm, right between my shoulders. Someone pulled me. I whipped around. No one. I was alone. Totally alone. No sounds even. Just that high-pitched silence when you get in the mountains sometimes. I stood there shaking for 5 minutes. I even yelled out, thinking maybe someone was hiking behind me. Nothing. I don't know what it was. A ghost, a guardian angel, a spirit. Maybe someone who died on that ledge and stuck around. All I know is that I probably should have died that day. And something I couldn't see decided that I wasn't going to. Believe what you want, but I owe my life to whatever that presence was. I still hike, but not often alone. I never ignore that gut feeling anymore, and I'm always looking at the trail. Something's out there, watching, helping, maybe even protecting, but I don't want to risk it or press my luck. So stay safe out there. Me and one other person saw a sea serpent swim by, very close to the shoreline from the beach where we stood. This was in the southeastern part of the U.S., on the Atlantic. About 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, it was swimming casually along the shore, headed south. It was very obvious that it wasn't anything common. By far the largest serpent-shaped anything I'd ever seen. We didn't see its head or face, only parts of its body emerging from the gentle waves. It was very thick, about 12 to 18 feet long, black to grayish. This was in 2023. I'm not sure what exactly we saw, My companion who loves the ocean was so spooked that he wouldn't go swimming. Usually he's fearless, so this really made me question what we saw. Neither of us have ever seen anything like that in the ocean before. We've lived up and down the East Coast Atlantic all of our lives, spent a lot of time on the water. I'll never forget the experience, though. Maybe I'm dramatic, but even the energy in the air that morning on the beach, it felt different. Needless to say, the ocean is mysterious and massive. It's not hard to believe that many unknowns could be lurking. When I was 18, I was heading to an after party with a couple of friends. It was around 2 a.m. It was a weird dead zone of the night where everything feels a little bit off. It's too empty. The roads being particularly empty. No cars, no people, just long stretches of nothing. We were driving through this semi-rural area, and we passed this gas station that had clearly been closed for hours. The windows were dark, the sign was off, and the place just had that shut-down tight vibe. But one single light, just one, was still glowing above the pumps, and under it, an old woman. Like, very old, easily 80s or 90s. But what really got me was what she was wearing. It looked like a Victorian nightgown, full length, pale, almost glowing in the harsh pump light. There was no jacket or purse, just her, standing there alone, barefoot, I think. She wasn't moving. She was just staring, straight ahead. Not at us or the station, just out into the void. We all saw her. Everyone in the car went dead silent. No car in sight, no bus stop nearby, and no way in hell that she walked there from anywhere. We were miles from the nearest neighborhood or store. It wasn't just weird, it was wrong. We slowed down a little, not enough to stop. None of us were trying to die that night, but enough to get a good look. She didn't flinch, didn't look at us, didn't seem aware of us at all. Just this fragile, ancient-looking woman standing perfectly still under a single flickering light at a shut-down station, looking like she'd stepped out of a dream or a funeral. It was weird. The rest of the drive was whatever. We got to the party and tried to brush it off, but it stuck with us. It felt like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see. A few hours later, we left. Same road, same route. The gas station was dark, and the woman was gone. No indication that she was ever there, other than the fact that we saw her. We even pulled in for a second just to look. No one. No shoe prints, no sign of anyone. We've never figured it out. No missing person reports, no stories in the news. Just a moment burned into our brains that none of us can explain. I don't claim to know what we saw. It could have just been some old lady, but I don't think so. Whatever she was, I don't think it's a ride that she was looking for. I grew up in a duplex with thin walls and a shared crawl space that ran underneath both units. My mom used to joke that if we ever lost a toy, it probably rolled under the neighbor's living room. I was 7 when I first noticed the noise. It started as scratching, faint, like a raccoon or possum under the floorboards. It would come and go, mostly at night, sometimes during dinner. We'd hear it in short bursts, like something moving and then freezing. My mom always shrugged it off. Old house, she'd say. One night, I was playing alone in the living room while my mom took a bath. I had this little plastic army set that I loved, dozens of little green figures that I'd line up like a battlefield. One of them slid off the rug and rolled under the couch. When I reached to grab it, I heard it again, scratching, but closer this time. directly under me. Then something tapped 3 times beneath the floor. Not a scurry or a shuffle, distinct taps, like knuckles on wood. I froze, pulled my hand back, stared at the floor for a long time. Later that week, I told the kid next door, Jamie, what I heard. He was a year older and always tried to act tough, but when I mentioned the crawl space, he got quiet. I saw someone down there once, he said. I asked what he meant. He just shook his head. Doesn't matter. My mom says we're not allowed to open it. I had a hard time getting to sleep that night. I started keeping my feet off the floor while I played, just in case. At one point, I even asked my mom if she could check the crawl space, just to make sure nothing was living in there. She told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. A few months later, Jamie's family moved. It was sudden. One day they were there. The next day the curtains were gone. The scratching stopped after that. So did the tapping. We stayed in that duplex for another 3 years. Nothing ever escalated, but I never forgot the sound. Last year I drove past the neighborhood while visiting my mom. The duplex looked the same, peeling paint, rusted mailbox, but now there was a chain and a padlock on the crawlspace hatch, and a small white handprint smudged just beneath it, faded, like it had been there a long time. When people talk about the scariest day of their life, it's usually something dramatic. A near-death experience, a break-in, a car crash. For me, it was the 4th of July, 1998. I was 11 years old, and the thing is, it started off like one of the best days of my childhood. My family had just moved to a new neighborhood outside of Bakersfield, real middle-of-nowhere kind of suburb. Nothing but dry heat, brown lawns, and cul-de-sacs full of kids with too much sugar and too little supervision. On the 4th, the neighborhood would basically shut down. Everyone set up folding chairs in their driveways. All the dads got drunk and competitive about who had the best fireworks. I remember the smell of lighter fluid, burgers, sunscreen, and those weird smoke bombs that fizz out without doing anything impressive. That year, I made a new friend named Blake. He lived 3 houses down, and we clicked immediately. Both into the same weird cartoons, both with slightly older sisters who ignored us. Around sunset, he and I would sneak away from the party and go explore the field behind the neighborhood. It was just an overgrown lot with rusted-out fence, some old irrigation pipes, nothing really there. But it kind of felt like a secret world when you were a kid. We were sitting on a busted cooler, watching the fireworks explode through the clouds, when I noticed someone standing near the fence, just standing there, watching us. I thought maybe it was someone's dad at first, or a teenager sneaking a smoke. But this person was really tall, like really tall. They had really long arms, and they didn't move. Even when a huge firework exploded right overhead, I whispered to Blake and pointed. He looked and froze. We both stood up at the same time. The figure didn't flinch. But then, slowly, he started walking along the tree line, following the edge of the lot. Not towards us, just around us. Like circling, but never getting too close. We took off running. When we got back to the street, everyone looked normal. Music playing, people laughing. The guy across the street lit up a full rack of mortars, and everyone cheered. But I couldn't shake it. I kept looking back toward the field. I didn't see the figure again that night. But later, way later, after the fireworks had died down and the neighborhood was going quiet, I woke up to the sound of crunching gravel. I peeked out my bedroom window. There was someone walking down our street. Not hurried, just slow. I couldn't see their face, but the way they moved, it felt the same. And those long arms, same floaty stride. Stopping right in front of my house, it looked up, right at me. I dropped to the floor so fast I bruised my own knee. Stayed there for what felt like an hour. I was too scared to breathe, basically. I never heard footsteps leave, never heard a car, nothing. I thought, had I ever heard anything at all when it came to this thing? In the morning, I convinced myself that it was just nerves, probably a dream, until I saw the mailbox. It had been opened and pulled forward, snapped off its hinge and left hanging at this unnatural angle, like someone had tried to climb it to get a better look into my window. My dad thought that it was some idiot with a bat. He hammered it back into place, and that was that. But I knew. I never saw that tall man again. Not directly. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel like he was everywhere that summer. I used to work night shifts at this old bowling alley just off the highway. Mostly part-time stuff, cleaning up after league nights, fixing stuck lanes, keeping drunk guys from climbing into the pin machines, stuff like that. It wasn't glamorous, but it was quiet and weirdly peaceful after closing. There was a row of lockers in the back hallway, metal ones with chipped paint that used to be for regulars years ago. Nobody really used them anymore, except for a couple of old-timers who still kept their shoes and lucky balls locked up. There was one locker, number 19. It was always open. Every night I'd close it, double-check the latch, and the next shift it would be open again. Not busted or hanging, just swung open, like someone had been in it. I thought maybe a customer or another employee was messing with me, so I started padlocking it at the end of my shift. It didn't matter, though. The next night, the padlock would be sitting on the floor, locker open, still empty inside. I brought it up to my manager once. She got really quiet and just said, "Maybe don't touch that one anymore." I asked why, and she just walked away. Wouldn't even look at me. A few nights later, I was closing alone. Everyone was gone. I was doing my final sweep when I heard something slam in the back hallway. Locker 19. I went to check, and sure enough, it was wide open. But this time there was something inside. It looked like a piece of an old work shirt, faded red, smelled like metal and dust. I shut the locker and started to walk away, but then I heard this sound. Low, wet breathing. Not from the hallway, from the ball system, near lane 8. It wasn't running. I got close, thinking maybe something had fallen inside. I leaned down and reached towards the chute, and something pulled back. Not hard, just enough for me to feel it. Cold, damp, like a hand brushing past mine. I left everything where it was. Didn't clock out or finish closing. I called in sick for the rest of the week. When I came back, locker 19 had a sign taped to it, "Do not open." It didn't stop it from being opened, though. I try to avoid lane 8, but not exactly possible. Sorta hard to explain that you're not willing to clean or fix something because you think it's haunted. I spent 2 summers working at an antique shop in Gettysburg. It was an old brick building just off the main drag. It kinda creaked even when nobody was moving. The town thrives off of its ghost stories, especially during tourist season, and our shop was no exception. We had more than a few customers come in just to feel the energy, especially in the back corner, where the floorboards always seemed colder than the rest of the place. That's what people said. By my second summer, the owners had decided to close up and relocate. business was better online, and the new space didn't come with the maintenance issues or the rumors. It was my last week there, and one of the owners asked if I could come in on a Monday to help pack. The store was already mostly empty, shelves stripped, lights dim. There was something kind of eerie about seeing it that way, like the soul of the place had already moved. We were boxing up the last of the smaller stuff when he asked if I could grab an old framed photo from the basement. I hesitated. That basement had always creeped me out. It wasn't finished, just exposed stone, a dirt floor and parts, and piles of old furniture, mannequins, dusty mirrors stacked. Basically the set of a horror film. There was also a child-sized wicker coffin in the corner, which the owner once casually mentioned had been used for Victorian-era viewings. Supposedly, it had belonged to a local family that had donated a bunch of their heirlooms. I didn't want to seem like a wimp, so I nodded and made my way toward the basement. As I got closer to the basement door, I felt this pressure, change in the air, like a moment before a thunderclap. I put my hand on the doorknob and paused, and that's when I heard two distinct thumps echo up the stairwell, like someone was stepping heavily on the bottom step. I froze. It was probably something shifting, boxes settling, the building being old. That's what I told myself. But as I reached for the railing to start down, I heard something else, running. This was no casual footsteps, no creaking floorboards. This was fast, pounding, heavy footfalls, like someone sprinting up the stairs, straight towards me. I didn't wait to see what it was. I turned and ran. My legs were barely working. I didn't stop until I hit the front of the store, where the owner was taping a box shut. I was out of breath, borderline panicking, and when I told him what had just happened, he didn't even flinch. Just kind of smirked and said, "Oh yeah, that happens sometimes. They didn't tell you about that basement when you started?" And that was it. No explanation, no warning, just that happens sometimes. I never went back down there. Never got that frame that day. When they officially closed the shop a few days later, I didn't stick around to see what they packed last. Gettysburg is full of ghosts, sure, but the basement? That one felt personal. When I was in my early 20s, my sister bought this small house on the edge of town. It used to belong to our great aunt, one of those places that still smelled faintly of old wood and mothballs, no matter how much you cleaned it. Our aunt had passed away there 3 years before, in the front sitting room. I was a teenager when it happened. It wasn't violent or anything, it was a heart attack. But my sister and I both knew that she hadn't been found for a while. We never really talked about it. Fast forward a decade, my sister was hosting a family dinner, and she'd just finished fixing up the house. Fresh paint, new furniture, the whole thing. The sitting room where our aunt had died had been turned into a playroom for her 4-year-old daughter, my niece. During the party, my niece disappeared into that room while the adults were in the kitchen. I went to check on her after a while because it had gotten really quiet. She was sitting on the rug with her toys in front of her, completely still, just staring at the armchair by the window. "Hey, kiddo, what you doing?" I asked. She didn't look at me. "Talking to the lady." "What lady?" "The one in the chair." I looked. The chair was empty. "Is she nice?" I asked, keeping it light. "She says she knows you," my niece said. "She says you used to come here and eat cookies with her." It gave me chills. Our aunt had baked cookies every time I visited. That's not something my niece could have known. I never told her about that. And my sister didn't really keep those kinds of family stories alive. "What else did she say?" I asked. My niece finally looked up at me, completely serious. She says she doesn't like all the changes that were made here. We left the room, and I shut the door. I didn't tell my sister about it until weeks later, and even then, I left out the part about not liking all the changes. About 6 years ago, I was house sitting for my sister while she and her husband were on a cruise. They live in a 2-story just outside of town. Nothing spooky about it. Bright, clean, smells like cinnamon and lemon cleaner. Kind of makes you feel a little bit guilty about your own messy living room type of place. The first night was fine. I fed the dog, watched TV, went to bed in the guest room downstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the dog whining at the base of the stairs. Not barking, just whining. I called him over, but he just stood there, staring up at the second floor, like he was waiting for someone. I figured maybe he heard something outside. I grabbed a flashlight and went up to check, mostly to calm him down so that I could get back to sleep. Every door upstairs was closed, just like I'd left them. Except one. The door to the master bedroom was open about 2 inches, which I knew for a fact I had shut earlier, because I remember thinking it felt weird to be in someone else's bedroom, even if it was family. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was freezing cold, genuinely colder than the rest of the house. No windows were open, no vents, just heavy, cold. I stood in the doorway for a minute, expecting to see something, but it was empty. Everything was in place. Lights off, bed untouched. I went to close the door again and realized the lock was turned. Not the knob lock. The little hook and eye latch my brother-in-law had installed way up high to keep the door open during the day when they wanted airflow. I know for a fact I latched it earlier, and now it was hanging loose. I shut the door and locked it again. I went back downstairs. The dog was still sitting at the bottom of the stairs, ears up, watching me like he was waiting for a report. I mumbled something like all clear and tried to laugh it off. The next morning, I told myself it must have been air pressure, or I forgot the latch, or the dog bumped it or something, even though I really didn't believe that was true. And the feeling of walking into the cold, still room, it stayed with me. What really gets me, though, the following night, the same time, same whine, I found the door cracked open again. This time, I'm certain of my routine. I stopped locking it after that. Whatever was up there, I figured, it didn't like being locked in. When I was a kid, my best friend was a girl named Jenny. We were inseparable for a few years. Bike rides, after-school cartoons, matching Halloween costumes. Her house always smelled like cinnamon gum and dryer sheets. And her mom kept bowls of hard candy in every room. It was just one of those really cozy houses, or it looked like it. I never liked spending the night there. The first time I stayed over, I was maybe 9. Jenny had this long, narrow hallway that ran from the living room past the bedrooms to the bathroom. It always felt too dark, even during the day. I remember standing in the middle of it, feeling like someone was standing just around the bend, waiting for me to walk past. I figured I was just being a wimp, but the second time I slept over, I saw something. We were camped out in sleeping bags on our bedroom floor. The door cracked open just enough to catch light from the hallway. Jenny was snoring softly. I remember waking up for no reason, just one of those moments when you're suddenly wide awake. And through the crack of the door, I could see someone walk by. Only it wasn't her mom. It was too tall, too thin, and the way it moved, smooth, gliding, like they weren't actually touching the ground. It passed slowly and then stopped. I didn't breathe. After a moment, I saw the shadow lean back, just enough to suggest a head peering toward the door, but I couldn't see a face, just darkness. And then it moved on, silently. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I never told Jenny. I didn't want to seem weird, but after that, every time I went to her house, I made excuses to stay in the living room. If she wanted to go to her room, I followed, but I never lingered near that hallway. And I always asked to go home before it got dark. Eventually, we drifted apart. No big fight or anything. I just started finding reasons to avoid her place. I blamed school or being busy, but the truth is that hallway ruined it for me. Even now as an adult, I still think about it sometimes. That shape, that lean, how it never made a sound. Jenny's mom moved years ago. I doubt that she ever knew anything strange was happening in that house. But I do wonder if Jenny saw it too. I've broken mirrors before and walked under ladders, opened umbrellas inside, all that stuff. I don't really believe in curses. I never really have. Nothing's ever come of any of those things. But this last time, I was exploring an abandoned farmhouse with a couple of friends. We're into urban exploration, photography, the usual stuff. We mostly do it for fun, and yeah, maybe we try to spook each other sometimes, but we've never actually seen anything. The house we found was in the middle of nowhere, rural Kentucky, overgrown and rotting from the inside out. Everything smelled like wet wood and animal piss. My friends were outside flying the drone, and I went in solo through what used to be a mudroom. The hallway led to a narrow bathroom, barely big enough to stand in. Rotten floorboards, chipped sink. Everything was smashed except for this one mirror. It was still hanging on the wall above the sink. It was weirdly intact. No cracks, no dust. Like it had been freshly cleaned. I looked at myself for a second. I remember thinking that I didn't look right. My face, something about it. Like I'd been standing there for hours and hadn't realized it. Then the mirror fell. Not slipped, fell. No warning, no sound before it. Just a sudden crack, like the air itself snapped. It hit the tile and shattered, and I swear to God, I felt it in my spine, like something ruptured inside of me when it broke. The whole room shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The walls felt closer. The air went cold, but not like a draft. Cold from the inside out, like something was watching, and it just stood up. I remember stumbling back and hitting the door frame and nearly throwing up. My ears were ringing like I'd been hit with a flashbang. My chest was tight. It didn't feel like I'd just witnessed a mirror fall. It felt like I'd done something wrong. I called out to my friends, and I couldn't hear my own voice, like I'd gone underwater. I booked it out of the house, and I didn't go back in. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the mirror, how it fell, how it made me feel. I kept seeing my reflection in my head, but not the way it looked. I remember thinking, that wasn't me. This would have been back in the late 90s when I worked at a small ambulance station. The first thing the older guys told me when I started was, don't hang around overnight by yourself. Charles will make sure you don't sleep. Charles was a volunteer who dropped dead of a heart attack during a call in the mid-'80s. The way they said it, half joking but half serious, it made me think it was just one of those stories that gets passed around to spook the new hires. I laughed it off. Truth was, I liked the overnight shift when it was just me. The driver usually ran from home, which meant that I had the office to myself. Quiet, boring, predictable, just how I liked it. Well, one night around 3 a.m., I was at the desk catching up on reports when I heard the bay door rumble open. If you've ever been around those things, you know the sound isn't subtle. It shakes the whole building. That was a problem because the doors could only be opened two ways, from the inside or with the remote in the ambulance. A few seconds later came the stairwell door, the bottom one, creaking open, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps on the stairs. From where I sat, I could see out to the lot. My car was the only one there. No ambulance. So I waited, staring at the office door, expecting someone to walk in. But the top stairwell door never opened. Not even 5 seconds later, our tones dropped for a call. I wasn't about to check that stairwell. Instead, I slipped out the opposite side of the building and headed for the garage. When I got down there, the bay door really was wide open. The rig had been unplugged and ready to roll. And at that exact moment, my driver was just pulling into the lot. I'd checked everything earlier. The doors were secure. The truck was plugged in. I wasn't tired enough to forget. That wasn't the last time something weird happened. Another night, again on my own, I'd crashed in the bunk. I woke up to the phone ringing, groggy and out of it. I answered, and a man's voice I didn't recognize said clearly, "You have a call," before the line went dead. At that exact moment, I heard the second tap on the scanner. Turns out there had been a training during the day, and someone had turned the volume down on the plectron without turning it back up. If that voice hadn't woken me, I would have slept through it. I ran for the garage and found the exact same scene as before. Bay door open, rig unplugged, and my driver rolling in off the street. After that, I never really rolled my eyes at the Charles stories anymore. And that would have been the last weird occurrence. This isn't my story, but a business friend once told me that he went to Washington for a meeting with some government officials one year. After his meeting, he was walking through this park towards his hotel, and there were a bunch of children on a school trip running around everywhere. As he was walking, he noticed this lady in a long blue overcoat. She was walking towards him on the same path. As she gets closer, she asks him for directions to a place, and he pulls out his map to show her. Eventually, she starts asking what he's here for, and about his family, etc. Eventually, she says, "Steve, do you have anything to be thankful for?" He found this to be an odd question, but he replied. She then asked if he was worried about anything. He responded, "Yeah, I just want my daughter to have a healthy child, 'cause she's pregnant right now." The lady then says that she would like to bless Steve. He thinks this is weird, but doesn't want to be rude, and he accepts it. She places a hand on his shoulder and does a blessing. They say their goodbye and start walking away. Steve then turns around after about 3 or 4 steps. He looks back and the lady's gone. He can't see her anywhere in this massive open park. He also realizes where there were kids and people running around him before, there's like a 200-foot radius around him with no one in it. He's convinced that he was touched by an angel or transported somewhere temporarily. He's not really religious either. Just a crazy experience. There's a story my grandma used to tell me about the time she met the devil herself. It's the main reason I've never used a Ouija board, and I always tell others, don't touch those things. I'd like to share it. It's not a story for the faint of heart, nor is it a story that I should have been told as a little girl. There's a chance that she could have made the whole thing up just to scare me, but that's That's not like her. Not my gran. I guess I can't be sure, but she stayed faithful to it like the gospel till the day she died. This was also her only story of this variety. My grandma had plenty that she'd repeat during the years she babysat me. Little fables, lessons disguised as childhood adventures, stories of the Dust Bowl or the polio scare. But this one, she only ever told it twice, and then she'd get quiet, like she was ashamed of it or scared of saying too much. It goes like this. My grandma's name was Dorothy, but since she was a child, everyone's called her Dot. She grew up in Florence, Arizona. Small town, hard dust, harder people. When she was 13, she and her older cousin Louise got it in their heads that they should try to summon a spirit. It wasn't uncommon at the time. This was the 1940s, and the occult had become a strange little trend among teenagers. Seances were fashionable. Ouija boards were sold in toy stores. There was a sort of hush-hush excitement about calling on the other side, like telling ghost stories in a thunderstorm. But Dot never liked the idea. Louise was the instigator. She found the board in her father's attic after he passed, one of those older wooden ones. It had the ordnance lettering, heavy planchette. The plan was to use it in a small root cellar behind their aunt's house. Dot told me the second that they climbed down into the little space, she felt bad. The air was hot and stale, but her skin was covered in goosebumps. She said the second Louise placed the board down and lit a candle, it felt like something in the ground turned over, like a breath, but under her feet. They asked stupid questions at first. What's your name? Did you die here? Can you make a sound? Dot said the planchette never moved, until finally, something small. You could almost chalk it up to a twitch or shared nerves. But then it started spelling, slowly, painfully slow. The board spelled out one word, sinner. They laughed, nervous laughter though. They thought maybe someone was playing a trick on them. But how could that be? Well, Dot was convinced that Louise was doing it, even though she swore she wasn't. And then the candle went out. It didn't flicker or sputter. It was like someone pinched the flame with fingers. Now the cellar was darker than dark. Then there was a smell. My grandma told me it was like sulfur and rot and something sweet underneath it, like fruit gone bad, like something trying to hide its real odor, which was putrid. They tried to leave, but it was dark, and something held them still. Dot never explained how, just that she couldn't move. Her arms wouldn't lift. Her voice wouldn't work. She felt stuck inside her own body. She'd learn after that Louise was frozen too, right across from her, with her mouth slightly open, eyes wide, just like Dot. The planchette began to move again, on its own. They weren't touching it, but they could hear it. And that's when she heard footsteps, not in the dirt above, not in the house, in the cellar, with them, just behind her and off to the side, stepping slow, like whatever it was had all the time in the world. Dot crawled around, anxious to get to the door, to let in some light. And somehow, she made it. She could move, and she was there, and she opened the door. Light from the outside came pouring in, and she turned around. She could see Louise was still frozen, and the thing, she wouldn't call it a man, but this thing spoke in a voice that was clear and deep and slow, like syrup dripping off a knife's edge. You were told not to call me, it said. Louise let out a shriek, and together they got their legs to work. They bolted up the stairs so fast that they scraped the skin off their knees. They didn't even shut the door behind them. Dot said that she didn't sleep that night. Not after her aunt slapped her and Louise for getting into something they shouldn't have. That wasn't all that haunted her. It was what came after. The next Sunday, she went to church with her mother like always. Same pew, same preacher. When the preacher walked in that morning, Dot swore her blood went cold. He looked the same to everyone else, but not to her. She said he had the same voice, that slow, syrupy tone. He even looked at her once during the sermon and smiled. She said it was the same smile you'd give someone when you knew a secret that would break them. She never went back to church after that. Her mother was furious, but she wouldn't budge. And Louise wouldn't talk about what happened at all. She pretended like none of it was real. My grandma told me she never saw anything quite like that again, but she still smells it sometimes. That burnt, sugary stench. She'd smell it in her room on nights when the wind was still, in the hallway if she prayed too long. She always told me, don't ever try to open that door. Even if you think it's just a game, it's not. I asked her just once before she passed if she really believed it was the devil. She looked at me stone sober, clear-eyed, and said, I don't believe it. I know it. The night after my mom's funeral, the porch light wouldn't turn off. I flipped the switch inside the house, nothing. Tried unscrewing the bulb. It stayed lit and then just kind of popped. I even checked the breaker in the garage, thinking maybe it had shorted and fused somehow. Everything looked normal. I left a bulb in it. It stayed on all night. Every night after that, too, same thing. The porch light just glowing. Stopped trying to fix it after a few days. It became a weird sort of comfort, honestly. My mom used to say, leave the light on so you can find your way home. A few weeks had passed. On a rainy Tuesday, I came home, late, tired. As I was locking the door, I said out loud, you can rest now, Mom. I'm okay. The next morning, the bulb had burnt out. The switch worked fine. The breaker untouched. No power issue. I replaced the bulb, flipped the switch, and nothing. The porch light hasn't worked since. I used to work overnights at an assisted living facility. It was just after 1 a.m. I was on the first floor, sitting in a little alcove where we kept the computer. The hallways were quiet. Lights were dimmed. Most of the residents were asleep. But out of nowhere, I heard a scream. Not just a noise, but a real scream of terror. So loud and close that it felt like it had come from right outside the alcove. A woman's voice, sharp, raw, cutting straight through me. I jumped up instantly, in a panic, but ready to help. I was convinced that one of my patients had fallen or was in serious trouble. There were only 2 people on that floor, both older women, so I ran straight for their rooms. I checked one, then the other. Both were sound asleep. Not restless or stirring, they were breathing slow and steady like they hadn't moved in hours. That made no sense. The scream was too clear, too present, for it to have drifted from somewhere else. But with nothing obviously wrong, I tried to shake it off and went back to work. A little while later, I moved into the gathering room, which was maybe 20 feet down the same hallway from where I'd been sitting. I wanted the change of scenery and to get out of the alcove, maybe calm my nerves. And that's when it happened again. Another scream. The exact same sound, high, piercing, and full of terror. But this time, I was facing the hallway. I could see both directions. There was no one there. The sound hadn't come from a room, and it wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there, in the hallway, as if someone had stood just a few feet away and screamed directly at me. The force of it was so real, so in this world, but at the same time, it didn't belong. Like it had no source or body. It was just pure sound hanging in the air. My stomach was dropping up and down. It was the most unsettling thing I'd ever experienced. I sat there and my ears were ringing, and I grabbed the phone, called my brother, just to try to calm myself down. I didn't know what else to do. I worked plenty more shifts after that night, but I never stopped thinking about those screams. They weren't echoes. They didn't come from anywhere but inside that building. And they weren't my patients. I also know they weren't in my head. I just still don't know what they were. The mid-90s, I was driving cross-country when I stopped at a roadside motel just outside of Reno. I remember the sign was missing half its letters, but they had vacancy, so the carpet inside was worn thin in the middle. The walls had that stale scent of cigarettes. The whole room did. I remember the clerk didn't give me much trouble, just handed me a key without a word. Basically, this wasn't a family place, but it was a place, and I needed to sleep. The room itself was spare. A sagging bed with a floral bedspread, a television bolted to the dresser, and an air conditioner that rattled with every cycle, but was absolutely necessary. What stood out most was the mirror, a wall-length panel stretching across one side of the room to the other, reflecting the whole room in perfect view. It was an interesting design choice. Somehow it made the room feel smaller, like I was sharing the space with myself. I unpacked, showered, and sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through channels. When I leaned forward to set the remote down, I caught the reflection in the glass. It leaned forward too, but a beat slower. My reflection. I stared at it, waiting. Nothing else happened. The reflection just stared back as it should. I told myself that I was way tired. Maybe I'd moved quicker than I realized, lightheaded. But the longer I stayed in that room, the more I noticed the odd mirror. Every time I glanced at it, there was something small, too small to explain to anyone else. A blink that came a fraction too late. A hand that didn't return to its lap at the same time that mine did. The differences grew bolder. I found it hard to get to sleep despite how tired I was. I stood to grab my bag and put it somewhere else. In the mirror, my reflection was already on its feet, waiting. I tilted my head to one side, and it held still for a moment too long. It wasn't lagging. It was choosing. I tried to shake it off, but the unease kept building. I avoided looking at the mirror, but that was almost impossible. I could still see it out of my periffs without even trying. I would try to focus on the TV, on the walls, on the worn Bible in the drawer. Still, out of the corner of my eye, I could see movement. I could see a shadow building, somewhere off to the right, despite the fact that I was laying down. As counterintuitive as it sounds, I turned the TV off, killed the lights. I didn't want to be able to see anything. I got back into bed, and I didn't sleep much. I was listening to every tick of the air conditioner, every passing car. Something was there with me, but at least I couldn't see it. When the morning came, the mirror showed only what it should have. Me, tired and pale, gathering my things. No hesitation, just a reflection again. I checked out and slid the key across the counter. I don't have an explanation. Maybe it was exhaustion, my brain playing some tricks on me after too many hours on the road. I tell myself that sometimes. Makes it easier. But I can still see that weird reflection. The version of me in the mirror. The one that wasn't really me. I haven't stayed in a motel like that since. When I do stay somewhere, anywhere with a mirror, really, I can't get it out of my mind. I guess I don't want it to happen again. Once was enough. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd share at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal, and man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things. gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop, mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. Why? She asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo, now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis, who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." Sure, Travis, sure. Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. Back in the 80s, you could hitchhike just about anywhere you wanted to go, and I spent a lot of time doing just that. Over a 6-year period, I made dozens of friends and collected tons of stories, but I finally met my match in Texas. One late afternoon, I got a ride with a middle-aged woman in a soccer mom van. She was going into the city and said that she wouldn't mind some company for the long drive. Women are always easy to get along with because the disagreeable ones never stop for hitchhikers. Plus, I've never had a woman pull her pants down and start demanding things, so there's that. We were traveling down some 2-lane highway through nowhere, having a normal conversation, until I asked if she had kids. You'd think that would be a safe topic. She said if her daughter wasn't so tired after practice, I would have noticed her in the back seat. I knew the back was empty. You always check the back. But I looked anyway. Then, I stared at the woman, confused, and she glanced in the rearview mirror. Instantly, her face went pale from shock, and she began repeatedly screaming, "Oh my God, where is she? Oh my God, where is she?" She almost flipped the van while turning around, and then sped up to 80 miles before suddenly slamming on her brakes. I'd be dead without a seatbelt. Once stopped, she turned to me and said, "You did this. Where is she?" The woman lunged at me, left scratches on my face and arms. I leapt out of the van, and then she sped off, leaving me stranded. I walked for hours without seeing a single car, but someone finally picked me up just as it was getting fully dark. Once we got to a phone, I reported everything to the police, not because I wanted to press charges, just because I was hoping to learn more. Was the kid okay? Was the mom off of her meds? I knew something happened when the dispatcher transferred me. Just before she clicked over, I heard her say, "It's about Martha again." A very tired, very old-sounding gentleman came to the phone. It seems the previous year, Martha's 7-year-old was kidnapped by her abusive ex. He came into the house while they were sleeping and took the little girl from her bed. Martha had never woken up, not until the police were knocking on her door an hour later. Her ex had a head-on collision with a delivery truck while attempting to flee town. Both were killed on impact. Understandably, Martha was having a hard time accepting reality. That experience has always stayed with me. About 5 years ago, I realized it was possible to Google Martha just to see if she was okay. It took much longer than expected, but I eventually learned that she died 2 days after our incident. She had picked up another hitchhiker on the same highway, but this time she didn't kick the girl out, and they were both killed when Martha drove into a ravine at almost 70 miles per hour. I was kinda glad I hadn't learned it sooner, but regretful to learn it at all.